Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test. We're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Great. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. Each member has 5 minutes for questions and to speak. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the email address that you have been provided with. You have all been provided with appropriate contact information for technical troubleshooting, and staff also have each of your phone numbers should they need to contact you for technical reasons. Commissioners, I will now commence with the review of the order paper. So the first item is the Chief Executive Officer's Report, November 2023. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC CEO Rick Leary. The second item is approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT, General Monthly Meeting for August 31st and September 26, 2023. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from ACAT Chair Anita Dressler. The third item is the 2024 Annual Service Plan. We have a speaker and a staff presentation on this item, so I will hold it in my name. The fourth item is status update fare integration. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. The fifth item, new subway train procurement and implications for Line 2 modernization and future growth. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 6, transit network expansion update. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 7, Bloor-Young capacity improvements, procurement authorization for Toronto Hydro, offer to connect agreement. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Jagdeo. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. The next item is item 8, Bloor-Young capacity improvement, third-party construction coordination. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. The next item is item 9, procurement authorization, Shepherd-Young Station bus loop on-grade pavement rehabilitation. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Nope. Item carries. The next item is item 10, Alliance Avenue, washroom, locker rooms, and makeup air units. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Moyes? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. The next item is item 11, procurement authorization, supply of Cummins part. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Holliday? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. The next item is procurement authority benefit plan carrier for the provision of employee and pensioner benefits. Would anyone like to move this item? Vice Chair De Laurentiis? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carried. The next item is item 13, supply of Microsoft software and subscriptions. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Holliday? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. The next item is item 14, 2024, schedule of meetings. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Moyes? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. The next item is item 15, Chief Executive Officer 2023 Performance Objectives. I have a motion on this item which the clerk will post, recognizing that the CEO is ill and that the 2023 objectives have advanced since being deferred by the board in July. I'd like to refer this item to the Human Resources Committee meeting for consideration at its meeting on November 28th. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. The next item is item 16, Toronto Transit Commission Cybersecurity Audit, Phase 2, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the Auditor General and TTC staff. The next item is item 17, Audit of the Toronto Transit Commission's streetcar overhead assets, strengthening the maintenance and repair program to minimize asset failures and service delays. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the Auditor General and staff, and I'm recommending that this item be considered ahead of the cybersecurity audit so that we can move in camera on that item. Thank you. That concludes the review of the order paper. So the first item of business is the Chief Executive Officer's report, and with that, I'll invite CEO Rick Leary to address the board.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and I want to say welcome, as I typically would, to our YouTube viewers, as well as today's participants to the board's November meeting. First of all, I would thank you for mentioning it, Chair, but I would like to apologize for not being there today. I have been under the weather the last few days. I thought it was best to stay at home. And of course, this is what the best medical professionals advise, so I knew you'd understand. So thank you for that. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to begin my remarks with a couple of pieces of good news, though. Last week, I was pleased that I had the opportunity to attend the Canadian Urban Transit Association conference in Edmonton, where the TTC received 2 great awards. It really was recognition from our peers. Now, these awards really highlight the compassion and creativity that we have in this organization. The first was a Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Award for our partnership with the Special Olympics Ontario. We've been made aware that people with intellectual disabilities face unique challenges when taking public transit, and this partnership aims to help address those challenges, ensuring that the TTC is accessible to everyone. And now the second was a Marketing and Communication Award for the Be Essential recruitment campaign. You may recall this was a striking campaign using black and white photographs to highlight the wide range of employment opportunities at the TTC. And the campaign actually exceeded expectations and generated 139% increase in total applications for the TTC. It's a desirable job. It helped fill vacant positions, especially our operators, and it contributed to enhancing our gender diversity within the organization. Campaign success also led to adaptation, I would say, in an internal audiences, focusing on fostering employee pride in their role in keeping Toronto moving. So it was quite nice. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to TTC staff for their excellent work on both of these important initiatives. And another positive step last week was the development that Rogers expanded the rollout of their modern 5G network. That was exciting. And this means that 5G wireless service is now available at all subway stations and in the tunnels on Line 1 from Shepherd West on Metropolitan Center. And it's for Rogers customers only, but we know that they're working on that. But it also means more reliable 911 access for all cell phone users in those areas. And it is my understanding that they're working closely with Bell and TELUS to make sure all carriers are on board as soon as possible. And I'd let you know that I'm meeting later on this week with senior Rogers officials to discuss how we can expedite that build out of the network to make sure that we all meet the federal government's 2026 deadline for full system access. Now, Commissioners, as we advised you at the meeting in September, we had a series of important transit initiatives underway in Scarborough to improve service. This past Sunday, we launched the expanded and enhanced Line 3 bus replacement plan. As you recall, this plan provided full transit priority measures, including an express corridor between Scarborough Center and Kennedy stations to help replace the Line 3 SRT train service. Now, it also included changing a number of bus routes to provide a more reliable and seamless and transfer-free service directly to the terminal in Kennedy Station. And this was using the new transit lanes only. And for those in Scarborough, I'm going to mention these. I think it's important that I mention the routes that will have this type of service. We have the 38 Highland Creek and the 938 Highland Creek Express, the 129 McCowan North and the 131 Nugget, the 133 Nielsen, the 903 Kennedy Station Scarborough Express, the 939 Finch Express, as well as the 985 Shepherd East Express. Now, these changes will shorten travel times and improve the quality of trips for customers to and from places like Centenary Hospital, Centennial College, and the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. And I'll let you know, we continue to monitor these new services, engage feedback from our customers on a way that we can make further improvements. And I'm going to give you, for instance, because I haven't had discussions with the operating staff in Lawrence, they're already looking at a potential modification to the bus bays at Kennedy Station to improve service for those that need to go only as far as Scarborough Town Center. So it's nice to know that we're staying on top of this and always looking to improve and be self-aware. I will let you know too that with the strong support of this board and the mayor, we also continued to increase service levels across the network this past weekend as we committed. As promised, we are now at 95% of overall pre-pandemic service levels, and our bus service this month is reaching 99%. So a significant improvement over the beginning of the year at 91%. I'd say that we were thrilled last Friday to launch the newest accessible streetcar into service. At the event, we were pleased to be hosted with Chair Myers and Mayor Chow, as well as the federal and provincial officials for the introduction of Streetcar 4604. Now, the TTC has 2 new vehicles on its property, and over the coming years, we're going to be receiving all 60, bringing the total fleet size to 264 streetcars. I can say that we are very grateful for this continued investment from all levels of government as we continue to plan for the future and ridership in our great city. I just remind people that this really is a great example of the government's working together for the betterment of transit in Toronto. Commissioners, now what I'd like to do, if I could, is I'd like to ask Fort Monaco, our Chief of Operations and Infrastructure, to provide you with an update on the work that we're doing to improve real-time communications for our customers. And this is specifically, he'll be speaking on what we're doing as it comes to the public address system and the passenger assist intercom. So with that, Ford, I'll pass it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Assuming everyone can hear me. Again, as Rick introduced me, I'm Fort Monaco. I'm the Chief of Operations and Infrastructure. It's great to be here. Just give you a brief overview of our public address and passenger assistance intercom systems and how often we test them and how they're built. Next slide, please. So at a previous board meeting, a TTC board member had requested information on the training provided to those making announcements and whether an effective radio communication protocol could be reviewed with them just to ensure clarity and consistency of all messages and announcements made. At the same board meeting, a concern was raised as part of the ACAT update that customers had experienced difficulty in contacting personnel when utilizing the passenger assistance intercom unit. As a result, the TTC Operations and Infrastructure Division decided to provide the TTC Board an update on what we do to ensure both our public address and passenger assistance intercom systems are both operationally and technically compliant with the design requirements. As you will see in this presentation, over the past several months, the TTC has commenced formal public address station and train testing and have increased the testing frequency of the passenger assistance intercom system. Next slide, please. Quick overview of how these systems are built. The top photo will show how we make a public address announcement from transit control. And basically what it does is it goes from transit control, the signals travel along the fiber network, they end up at our stations, and from our stations the signal is distributed along copper cabling to the station speakers. I will also note that there is an opportunity to make local station announcements. If you just take a look at that slide at the top, you can make that same announcement from the stations through the copper cabling and into the station speakers. The station announcement can be made from local hubs. Station announcements can also be made from platform ends. We do have some unique features on TYSCC and Union Station as well. The bottom slide, the bottom photo basically indicates how we make a public address announcement from transit control to the actual trains. As you can see, it's a little bit more of a longer chain. Transit control signals travel along the fiber network, through the radio network, through a combination of copper and fiber cables to various radio towers, and then to the actual train. From the train, there's a lead car radio that distributes the signals through a variety of different units via the copper cables to the system speakers or the train speakers. Also, you can also have an operator that makes an announcement from the lead car radio. Just a brief overview of how the systems operate. One thing I will mention, our audits do not include, there is another system that is used in extreme cases where an operator can make an announcement through external speakers. In the cases where there's a sudden need to turn a train back or there's a sudden need to have a train go out of service, there is the opportunity for the operator to make an announcement through the exterior of the vehicle. But this focus has been entirely just on the two systems that I've described above. Next slide, please. So what have we done? On August the 1st, we commenced actual formal station audits to validate the correct use of the systems and in turn to identify any performance or technical issues and create the necessary work orders for immediate defect resolutions. On November the 1st, we expanded these audits to also include the train system. So obviously what we have is we have folks out there and about actually trying to force the system to make announcements, and we have people out there listening to any and all announcements that are made, whether they be made to the station, whether they be made through transit control, whether they be made through the train. We actually have people out there scheduled to do these tests. And the last part is in August, a job aid was prepared for our wayside supervisors. It basically condenses the types of messages they need to make. We created job plans so that they can have on the side of their desk. So depending on what the emergency is, whether it be a trackside problem, whether it be a medical emergency, all the wayside supervisors have these cards and they're readily available to their use at their desk. We've also taken this and applied it to any and all future training for any and all new wayside supervisors that are coming on board. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to move to the passenger assistance intercom systems. As you'll see on the slide, we have 4 different types of passenger assistance intercoms. I'll focus on type number 1, which is the one that's most obvious, the one that's most prevalent in our system. In those particular units, when you depress the emergency or the information button, the call will ring at the local hub, that is the hub closest to the unit, for 30 seconds. If it's not answered, the call will then transfer to the 24/7 overflow queue at Union Hub. In the likely event that the call isn't answered, the call will be dropped after 2 minutes. When depressing the emergency button, the call will ring a transit control emergency dispatch desk. In the likely event that the call is not answered, the call will be dropped after 30 minutes. But I want to assure people that we do have dispatcher folks that there's multiple people that will get this, this message as it comes in. This system does allow our customers and employees to communicate with TTC through both an audio and video feed on the Type 1 only. Type 2, Type 3, and Type 4 are audio only. Next slide, please. So what have we done? So in July of 2023, we launched a rigorous testing program, and we aimed towards a daily test of all 461 units. Prior to July, these audits were performed monthly to our stations teams and annually by our infrastructure teams. I should also mention that these 461 units across the TTC also have a daily automated test, which plays a specific audio tone and tests if the microphone picks that tone up. So it's not an actual depressing of any sort of buttons. It's basically ensuring that the microphone and the speakers are functional. If in fact they are not functional, the unit will will automatically put the screen of the units out of service and send an alarm to our Hillcrest desk. I'll also mention that these tests do not include the passenger intercoms that are located on board the train. Those are done daily and checked daily as part of the pre-service checks. Next slide, please. So in summary, we perform weekly operational and technical checks of our passenger assistance intercoms, and we've moved from a monthly to a weekly testing regime, and we'll look towards moving more towards a daily if it's technically feasible. We've introduced a public address system safety checks for both trains and stations, and we have reviewed and updated our customer communication scripts to ensure clarity and consistency across the board. Thanks for your attention. Myself and the ONI team are happy to take any questions you may have for us.
All right, thank you, Ford, for that. We're going to take the questions after if we could. I think we all know how important it is for our customers to get information on a clear, concise, and timely way, and the work you're doing will help do just that. So thank you, Ford. Commissioners, I'd like now to bring to your attention and take this opportunity to congratulate two of our special constables on their actions that earned them the Governor General Commendation for Bravery. Acting Sergeant James Bingham and Special Constable Michael Magny were on duty and in the area of King Street West and Dowling Avenue when they saw smoke billowing into the sky from an apartment building. Commissioners, excuse me, from the apartment building. Now they noticed that the flames were coming from the third floor unit and they were spreading across the balcony. It was at this time that they realized that the building's fire alarm had not been activated. James and Michael entered the building, activated a nearby alarm, and started banging on first floor apartment doors. They proceeded to help nearly 40 residents out through multiple exits. Even during the incident, I was told a large piece of flaming debris fell from above, striking one of the residents who James helped. As well, Michael using his loud verbal commands to help get terrified residents to safety. James and Michael remained on the site and assisted the emergency responders with managing the scene before returning to their normal duties. So on behalf of all of those that you helped on that day and all of those here from the TTC, I want to thank both of you for your fearless and selfless actions and your bravery saved lives, my friends. Thank you. We're going to give a round of applause for these two gentlemen. We'll take pictures. Okay, thank you very much for that. You know, Commissioners, I'll let you know that this is just one example of the care and compassion TTC employees have when it comes to serving this city. I'll let you know that further to our safety update in September, we've started transporting those seeking shelter to city warming centers using TTC buses. So far, we've seen relatively small numbers requiring this service, but we know as the weather cools and warming centers open sooner, we will increasingly be called upon, and we stand there to assist. In December, we'll be updating you on this initiative, including more on the work that we're doing in partnership with the City Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Now we'll move on to an exciting program that we have working. The TTC and Toronto Raptors are celebrating the national and international story of Indigenous athletes with bus and streetcar raps. On behalf of all TTC employees, I want to thank the Toronto Raptors for collaborating with us on this campaign. 8 buses and 5 streetcars are the canvas for inspiring images of current and former athletes from the area of track and field, hockey, and basketball. And I'm going to read out these names if I could, that you'll be pictured throughout the system. Tom Longboat, Kendra Jesse, Michael Linklater, Emily Mandeman, Jolene Minton, Joy Spear Chief Morris, Richard Peter, and Mike Tanton. Now, these superstars are also featured on posters in stations and onboard vehicles. Now, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit athletes have contributed greatly to sport in Canada and internationally and inspire people of all ages and cultures in our great city. So this wonderful campaign is running until the end of February, so I ask everybody to keep their eye out for it, if they would. I want to quickly remind everyone that the final round of public engagement for the 5-year service and customer experience action plan is on until December 6th. The survey asks customers and stakeholders for ideas and feedback on such topics as the improvements in the express bus network, customer experience, safety, trip planning, real-time information, cleanliness stops, and station amenities, and more, as you can imagine. Now, I can tell that you know that the survey can be found at ttc5yearplans.ca/survey. Now, our draft plan will identify the ways in which these important services and other initiatives could be delivered between 2024 and 2028. We will be present back the draft and the final reports to this board over the coming months. And also let you know that Wheel-Trans is also conducting a customer feedback survey on the mobile app that it launched in September. So that survey is open until November 30th. And just lastly, I'll remind everybody that the next scheduled board meeting will take place just a few weeks from now on Thursday, December 7th. So Chair, that concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, Rick, and we all hope you feel better soon. We will now move on to questions from board members. Commissioner Holliday, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 sets of questions. The first was just around the numbers of ridership recovery, and I just wondered if someone could explain to me. There's a quote in here on ridership that just says full week demand has recovered to 83% system-wide, driven by higher levels of return on weekends, which have reached 100% of seasonally adjusted pre-COVID demand. And then other spots I saw that we were at 95% of pre-pandemic and that bus was at 99%. And then I saw the overall numbers. And forgive me because I'd have to scroll pages, but I recorded them as 94% bus, 63% streetcar, and 72% subway. And I think there was a blended rate at 77. Could someone just talk to me or the board just to understand the different ways that they were measured in the report, and how we arrive at the blended number? And Chair, once that question's answered, I'll have one for Fort that's just about the announcement system.
Hi, Rick and Chair. It's Wendy Reuter here. I'm happy to help answer that question. Thank you for the question and through the Chair. We do measure ridership in a number of different ways. One way is through linked trips. And when we talk about revenue rides and where revenues are coming from, this is essentially around linked trips. The demand that you were referring to is around boardings. And this is where we're looking at how demand is by mode and how many times customers board buses, streetcars, and subways. And that does change over time. So we're seeing a lot of variation as customers return back into the system. But generally speaking, as of last week, we would see that pre-COVID on bus was about 96%. It varies week to week. We saw that, for example, reading weeks at post-secondary schools varied that by a number of percentages week to week. Streetcar was at 65, subway was at 72, and that gave us a blended demand based on boardings at 82% as of 2 weeks ago. With reading weeks, that averaged down to about 79%. So it does vary as customers have different needs for travel through the weeks. The references to 95% and 99%, I think you may have been looking at material that is around levels of service, which would be different than the boardings.
So I see. So that, and I didn't note it carefully enough. That's right. 95 and 99% were what Mr. Leary said, and what we had committed to do was to bring the service levels up. So how does that compare? So that was talking about bus. So bus was at 94 in the report, and you told me that it varied maybe even to 96%. So the service level is being supplied at 99%. But what are the service levels on streetcar and subway? Because they're much lower, right? They're 63 and 72. So what are those relative service levels?
Certainly, through the chair, we did have changes through October and November. As of October, bus service was 97%, streetcar service was at 85%, subway service at 82% for an overall level of service at 95%. So that's what we're coming from. And then currently we've got bus at 98%, streetcar at 85%, and subway at 82%.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And my second set of questions was for Mr. Monaco. Thank you for the presentation on the intercoms. In fact, I don't know, about a week or two, I was on a subway and there was a disturbance. And I felt it was really important to get off and tell someone. So I got off and I went up to that intercom in the designated waiting area. And I'm sure there was a sticker or a sign on the wall that inferred that if you press the emergency button, it was like calling 911. And I remember like 911 was written onto the little plaque. So I didn't press it. I said, I don't want to call the police or, fire. So I went upstairs to the collector booth and I told them what happened, and they said thank you, and they called it in right away, and that was all good. But if its purpose is to report something like a security incident, is there maybe a confusion there about putting 911? I'm a prime example. I didn't want to press it. I just felt that might have been excessive, so I didn't know what to do. So I just went to the booth. Is there a better way to do the signage, or are we okay with that? Is that on purpose? Help me understand why it's like that.
Okay, through the chair, sir, certainly. So when you hit the emergency button, it does go to our dispatcher, and our dispatcher does have the ability to contact the authorities immediately. And the beauty of that is that the authority or the dispatcher knows exactly where you are. And if you're hitting it from a type 1, it will also see you. So we'll be able to see you and hear you and make those arrangements. And there's no confusion on your part. You don't need to repeat to the dispatcher where you are. They will see where you're at. So it is a link to 911, but it's through a third party, if you will, which is your dispatcher.
So I can feel confident, that if I see something that's security related, and I don't want to judge, how severe it is, something wasn't right, I'm okay to press that, and that can be the message going forward, because somebody will then ask me, what's going on, instead of just instantly dispatching the police or something, like a panic button.
Yeah, through the chair, 100%.
Okay, so-
I'd like you to feel comfortable being able to do that.
So that's helpful. Perhaps if I had that question, maybe others do, and if I can make that constructive suggestion in the questions that, you know, maybe we help continue that message that it's okay to press that button.
Most certainly.
And I'll tell my kids that it's okay to press that button, and, you know, and the message will go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I just had a few quick questions. So my first question is with respect to on page 5 of the anti-racism strategy and policy. So the paragraph starts off in December 2020, the TTC adopted a 10-point action plan on diversity and inclusion and a 5-year diversity and human rights plan. And then the second paragraph says that the TTC is currently working on its new anti-racism strategy and policy, which will be presented to the board in the new year. So I guess the first question I have is why it took 3 years between the time of the 10-point action plan and the time we're getting the strategy.
To the chair. Thank you for the question, Chair. So just to give a bit of a timeline for our newer board members, a great question. So this board, or the previous board, adopted the 10-point action plan in December of 2020. I was onboarded as a member of the TTC in April of 2021. I would say the first year we really spent a lot of time trying to staff the team. The team did not exist prior to me being in chair. And in August last year, we brought in our first full-time permanent director of the department. And that director has been spending a lot of time consulting internally with my colleagues and the organization, and consulting externally as well, using the framework that was shared in December 2020 as the jumping off point for us to build a strategy and a policy. So that's sort of the why to the 3 years and what we've been doing over the last little bit. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. And just one quick follow-up. Do you have a sense as to when you'll be able to present that strategy to the board?
Definitely. So right now we're going through phase 2 and phase 3, which includes external consultation and internal consultations, or finalizing, I should say, internal consultations. I get a review of the draft report in December, and the goal is to come to the board in Q1 with the strategy and policy for adoption.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So my second question is regarding the on-time performance metrics for buses and streetcars, and it's similar to the question I had at the last meeting. We currently measure on-time performance by looking at the departures of vehicles from the end terminals, and vehicles are considered on time if they depart within 59 seconds earlier or 5 minutes later than their scheduled departure times. So I'm just wondering if there has been any improvements or work done to perhaps come up with more on-time performance metrics that better match the customer experience in terms of when their vehicles are arriving.
Through the chair. Yes, we do have data. The next step is to look at potentially the midpoint. So the first step is to look from the endpoints, which is the start of the customer's journey or a customer's journey. Once we get that right, then we'll move to perhaps the midpoint.
Thank you. And do you have a time frame? Sorry.
Chair, if I could, through the chair, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
Because this is Rick. We're also working, and Lawrence Louis is working with the team on the performance improvement group for how we're going to attract these. You had asked the question, I think a month ago as well, about round trip time. So what Lawrence is doing for us is he's categorizing the on-time performance into 3 or 4 different categories for us, working with Wendy's team and Rich's team. Those routes that are better than 90%, the customers know they have good, reliable service. Those routes that just approaching 80 to 90%, and then less than the 80% as well. People that know they're having problems. And then the 4th category is the construction. The area which we really know we have some struggles. So Lawrence is putting a presentation together that'll be breaking down in the very near future for you, different ways that we can categorize the reliability of our service. And, Rich mentioned midpoint, you mentioned round trip time. So we're looking at all those now and trying to get a presentation together for you.
Great, thank you so much. Final question. First of all, really, really great job in getting the south parking lot at Kennedy Station ready to accept the new buses coming in from Scarborough Town Centre. I use that stop frequently. But one thing I did note is that the customers are continuing to wait at the 903 bus bay, and they don't seem to realize that all of the buses are going to Scarborough Town Centre Express. So I'm wondering if there could be any wayfinding improvements to improve that customer experience, or even have perhaps some customer service reps letting people know that they can take any of the buses arriving in the South Kennedy parking lot to Scarborough Town Centre, and they will be express.
Through the chair, we've certainly observed the same thing, that in our first week of operation, we're finding that that occurrence where customers are still waiting at the 903 bay where they have been catching the bus the last 2 months. And so in response to that, we are trying to get more customer service agents out there to inform customers of what the expectation is for how the terminal will operate. And all that will also include having more staff at the station, improving the signage, and then if we need to make any other adjustments, we're certainly monitoring closely.
Great, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Commissioner Moyes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So the report states that service is up to about 95% to pre-pandemic levels. Where is ridership currently based on pre-pandemic levels? And as a follow-up to that question, where is the greatest increase? Where in the city are we seeing the greatest increase? Anybody?
So
Wendy,
yeah, sorry. Through the chair, I think you're referring to 95% as being the level of service. Overall, when we think about demand on the service, we think about in terms of boardings, how many customers are making use of each of the modes. And overall, that's at 82%. So we had 95% service for 82% of boardings. In there, though, there's a very wide degree of variation. To your question about where we're seeing the most, we're seeing demand return more quickly on bus than on subway and streetcar. We have throughout the pandemic, with overall bus ridership being about 95%, but very large variations by time of day, by day of week, and also by route. We're seeing some routes having recovered at 120, 30%, as an example. So very different travel plans by route that we're having to continually evaluate and understand.
Okay, thank you. And one final question is around the King Street streetcar service. We know that pre-pilot, it was 19 minutes to travel along King Street before it became a priority route. And now in 2023, it now takes 26 minutes for a streetcar to go along the King Street route. So clearly, it's not working as it's intended. What can we, as this service, do to help make those numbers better?
So through the chair, we have observed since, especially with the construction starting at Queen and Yonge, that we're seeing longer travel times on King Street, and this was expected with the diversion of traffic, and we're continuing to work with the City of Toronto with transportation services, and we're expanding the number of traffic agents that are available at those key intersections, and we did see those out last week, and we did see an improvement in terms of the number of streetcars that are being able to get through intersections. We do know right now, this coming week, the coming 2 weeks will be the most difficult in terms of completing the track work on Adelaide to make sure that we have other relief valves for our streetcars to be able to travel through the core. So with those clear within the end of the year, we do expect conditions to improve alongside other improvements that we're looking at with the city.
So I was in this chamber just yesterday. We just hired a number of traffic enforcement folks in the city. Are any of these, so you said you're working with the City of Toronto, are any of these new officers uh, will we will they be dispatched to King Street to help with the flow of traffic?
Through the chair.
For the streetcars to actually get through?
So through the chair, those traffic agents are on King Street at those key intersections. We know Yonge Street, Jarvis, Bay, those are in particular challenging, as well as University. So we did have additional traffic agents out last week, and we're working with the city to make sure those are there, especially at the busiest times during the afternoon rush.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Any other questions? Nope, seeing none. Would any members like to speak on this item? Seeing none. Members, can I have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carries. The next item of business is item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT, General Monthly Meeting for August 31st and September 26, 2023. I will now turn the mic over to Anita Dressler, ACAT Chair, to present the minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Myers, Mr. Leary, and board members. The following summary of ACAT's main topics discussed during ACAT's subcommittee meetings. The ACAT Communications Committee received a presentation by the Technology Services Group. The presentation was on the website Chatbot. Chatbot is the TTC's virtual e-help assistant. This will enable riders to ask frequently asked questions through the website instead of calling customer service, and will be launched in the near future. This also allows customer service to respond to individual issues. Updates were given at the public forum on October the 23rd, which included the travel planner, which will assist riders using various bus routes and how to reroute if necessary if elevators or escalators are out of service at various subway stations. It has been noted that signage is not consistent at stations at the platform level. Wayfinding and IT groups are looking into consistency and will be discussing and trying to resolve the issues at the November meeting. The Design Review and Committee and Subcommittee had an update on the new buses and attended the Mount Dennis location to view 3 different models. A new feature is a button placed in the priority seating to alert the driver that additional assistance is required to exit the buses. These buttons also include Braille. Also, a new triple chime alerting riders that bus doors are closing, which adds and enhances safety measures. The Service Planning Subcommittee has had presentations by Arlen Arliano, the travel trainer specialist. This comprehensive presentation included the present travel training given to customers by request. Also to encourage travel training when a customer appeals the decision of eligibility for Wheel-Trans. The appeals panel promotes travel training to all FOS customers. In 2024, ACAT will be addressing concerns of neurodiversity disabilities to make it easier and safer for persons using the transit system. This includes examples of autism spectrum, ADHD, dyslexia, and cognitive functioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Are there any questions for the ACAT Chair? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item is carried. Thank you, Ms. Dressler.
Thank you.
So the next item of business is item 3, the 2024 Annual Service Plan, and we have a speaker on this item, Alan Ewell. Is Alan ready? No power? Can we have technical assistance, please?
This is the only mic. Does it work now? Okay. I'm glad to see that there's more streetcars being added to the Blue Knight network, but I have some concerns. This report shows a map of our increased overnight streetcar network. All of the yellow highlights are shown as new overnight streetcar service. While this map is not entirely untrue, it is extremely misleading. The new 512N streetcar is merely a chopped-off version of the current 312 Blue Knight St. Clair bus. The new 511N Bathurst is an amputation of the 307 Blue Knight service. This on the map is not new service, it's a route diversion. So the actual new night service in this report is the 505N from Dundas, but only from Lansdowne to Broadview, a spur line from Queen Street to Bingham Loop, and a short walkable distance from Roncesvalles to Hyde Park. So basically not all that much of an increase. This report proposes naming all these routes as N versions of their daytime streetcar route numbers. I want to say this is dumb, but that would be mean, so I won't. I will say that this plan is contrary to our route numbering nomenclature. 3 TTC chairs ago, we had a mix of rocket routes and express buses, with the route numbers being all willy-nilly. Some were 190, some were E's. It may come as a surprise that back then I occasionally spoke up at TTC meetings. I suggested for better route branding, we should switch to a 900 series for the route numbering for all express and rocket buses. So now we have a 935 Express Jane bus, a 335 Blue Knight bus, and of course the 35 Jane bus. And now we have networks of 900 series routes and 300 series routes. The night car's street numbering system as proposed goes against our own route branding policy as laid out on pages 18 to 20 in this same report. We now have seasonal routes at 200, the Blue Knights at 3, community buses at 4, streetcars at 5, and of course 900 Express. Again, using these 500N routes will only break our routing policy and it will cause confusion for our customers. Staff will say that because of the 507 and 307 we need to use the 500N route system. Well, no, we don't. The 507N in this report starts at Bingham Loop. The 503 streetcar also starts at Bingham Loop. So a 303 night streetcar from Bingham Loop to Sunnyside Loop west of Roncesvalles is doable, and it would give this route a similar runtime as the current 305 night King streetcar. The 300 night bus travels from Mississauga at Pearson Airport all the way to Scarborough. So there is precedent to keep the current 301 night service and maintain its travel from the edge of Mississauga at Long Branch to almost Scarborough and Neville Park. The 512N would revert back to the 312N, and the 312 bus in this report would become the 349 junction bus. These minor changes would allow Blue Knight streetcars to revert to their 300 series route numbering, and it would keep our route numbering policy intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today. There is a presentation on this item, and with that, I'd ask the Acting Chief Strategy and Customer Officer, Wendy Reuter, to introduce the presentation.
Morning, and thank you, Chair. Yes, this item is on our annual service plans. Our annual service plans are really how to identify TTC will serve our customers in the coming year. It provides a roadmap for the service changes specifically for the coming year, including recommendations on new and revised routes. It's based on a lot of input from customers, engagement with our employees and the community. There's also significant analysis in here as well, variations in route demand and the connections for our customers. And we also look at the recommendations for the annual service plan through the lens of our service standards and, of course, equity. So it's the annual service plan report that's before you today. Today's presentation will also provide you a view of where the annual service plan fits into the overall larger framework. Rick had mentioned earlier that we were working on a 5-year service plan and soliciting input on that. This is our work that examines larger changes in our system, and we're looking forward to presenting that early in 2024. Today's presentation will also give you a sense of levels of service that we're at and where we're and what's in the range for the annual service plan. And so with that, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Lawrence Louie, for the presentation.
Thanks, Wendy. So thank you to the board, and thank you everybody for your time today for us to present the 2024 annual service plan, which we've entitled as Back Together, and I'll talk to everybody why it's named as such later in over 2 years. And part of this is just timing related to a number of external factors such as the municipal election last year, as well as making sure that we're ahead of the new budget for 2024. And this supports overall planning at the TTC. We have a corporate vision, which is through the corporate plan, and an update on that is currently underway. But then the annual service plan also supports other multi-year strategies, such as the 5-year service plan, the customer experience action plan, the 5-year fare policy, multi-year accessibility plan, and the diversity and human rights plan. The ASP is designed to be a set of recommended service changes focusing primarily on routing and how do we improve connections for our customers, as well as priority actions for the coming year. It is not designed to be the service budget, but it does inform what we need as we go into those budget discussions. So in terms of the 2024 annual service plan itself, as I mentioned, focusing on route changes and priorities as we move into a more stable context. As we know, a lot has changed over the past few years, and we want to make sure that the routes that we have themselves are reflective of the travel patterns and needs today. We've had over 2 years of consultation and engagement on this, and we've integrated and reviewed some plans that have not yet been implemented. Some of that include, for example, the Line 5 LRT bus network plan. There are a few tweaks that we've recommended to that plan based on the consultation that we've had with customers over the past couple years. Lastly, this plan, I see this as a bridge plan between the previous 5-year service plan and the new 5-year service plan that's currently underway. And to do that, we've reflected some of those early findings, and we've really focused on some of our key priority customer groups, primarily people with low income, shift workers, and women traveling on the system. Another thing I want to focus on is this is an annual service plan, so as soon as we wrap this one up, we're going to start working on the 2025 plan. So any suggestions, feedback, ideas, let's get those going now so that my team can start reviewing those in the context of a future annual service plan. Speaking about consultations and public engagement, as I mentioned, we've had multiple rounds of both in-person and online engagement over the past couple years, and you can see a variety of photos of where we've been. We've engaged over 8,500 people, whether they're customers, employees, residents. We've done outreach, and our priority for us is always to be out where people are. So we make sure that we do our consultations. We're at subway stations, we're at busy bus stops, we're in the community, we're at the divisions. So that's definitely something that we've made sure that we reflect as we go through this engagement process. We've also had 12 virtual meetings with citywide stakeholders, and we thank everybody for their input over the past couple of years. As I mentioned, the title of the annual service plan this year is Back Together, and this is really reflecting how over the past year and a half, we are in a situation where a lot of Torontonians who perhaps had other options during the pandemic and did not ride during that time are rejoining our groups of customers that have never left transit. And it's important that we look at ways that we can help rebuild that transit culture that's really key to the city that makes us livable, sustainable, and prosperous. There are 3 themes with the annual service plan. We're focusing on 3 themes that are talking about how we improve the basics of our operation and move back to more a stable state of planning. How do we make stronger connections, which is really the main content of the plan, is that are the recommendations for route changes. And then understanding we've had a challenging couple years of construction and many more ahead, looking at how do we develop a framework on doing disruptions differently, building on those lessons we've learned over the past year. In terms of the first theme, in terms of improving on the basics, you see some of the key actions there. I'll highlight on reliability on the next slide, but there are a few things I want to touch on here in terms of how we are aligning our service to stabilizing ridership patterns. That's something that it's been a challenge over the past couple of years with big swings in ridership, changing travel patterns, and how do we make that service work best? On the second point, in terms of equity-focused planning, I do want to touch on that, and that's something that the whole TTC team continues to work to improve. We're also working with our partners at the City of Toronto, and we're developing an equity-based mobility planning tool. But then also we do look beyond just neighborhood improvement areas. We are looking at who is using our routes, and some of the ways we prioritized some of our service changes over the past couple months have been looking at the customer groups using specific routes to prioritize where we make service changes. I also want to talk about real-time information. I know that's something that's very important to our customers. We'll be sharing more about that in the coming months, but we are moving towards a new framework for real-time information that will, especially when it comes to detours and diversions, being able to communicate to customers when we are changing service. On the service reliability piece, over the past several years, we've built a strong foundation of modifying our schedules to better reflect operating conditions. And this is really a product of having better information, better data to make those changes. We know that service reliability means more to customers than just on-time performance from when they leave the terminal. And this is an opportunity in the coming year for us to start looking beyond just that, looking at bunching and gapping, looking at how the route performs in the middle, making sure we deliver all those trips from start to end. That is something that we are looking at with some immediate actions in 2024. Other things that we'll be looking at, we know weekend schedules in particular have been a challenge, especially as we mentioned, we have ridership return on weekends exceeding pre-pandemic on some days, and that obviously is creating pressures in terms of travel time and reliability as well. But to implement all of these, we'll continue to support our frontline staff. We're increasing bus and streetcar supervision on the street, so whether they're on stations or in street-level locations, to make sure that our operators feel supported, but then also that we have timely incident response to any incidences that happen on the street. We're also looking at expanding mid-route management, and this is something that's particularly exciting for early 2024, where we're going to look at a couple trial projects on the Lansdowne, Ossington, and King streetcar routes. And this is how do we make the service more regular, and we're piloting on these three routes because we have opportunities where we can do some mid-route management at specific locations, and we'll use that to better inform whether it's looking at the metrics or how we manage the routes on a day-to-day basis. Going on to the second theme in terms of how we make stronger connections, this is a lot of the work that my team has done in terms of looking at travel patterns, talking to customers on what we need. So we have a lot of route changes across the city, and I'll touch on those in the next couple slides. We're continuing to monitor the development of the LRT, and in terms of when we're going to start operating the LRT network, and once we do that, have the bus network changes alongside that. As Rick mentioned in the CEO report, we are monitoring how the Line 3 bus replacement is doing, and we'll make those adjustments, whether it's operational changes or as we know how ridership settles, whether or not those routes have to change in terms of service levels or in terms of routings themselves. Lastly, in terms of improvements to GO Transit connections, we do have a fare integration change, and that's going to be a subject of a report later on in this meeting. We will look at opportunities to help our customers connect to GO Transit, especially as rail services being improved across the city by Metrolinx. Focusing on the area studies, the area studies are looking at basically the routes that are in a specific area. How do we make those routes better? How do we use the resources we have within an area or within a corridor to better meet our customer needs? We looked at 8 area studies over the past couple years, and we are recommending over 50 new or modified routes and branches across the city. This will affect a lot of travel across the city, but some are tied to the implementation of Line 5 and Line 6, which are the routes that are shown in the orange and gray lozenges respectively. But then the purple changes are really the ones that are in the area study, and those are detailed on a route-by-route basis, including the analysis in the technical appendix that's attached to the annual service plan. I'm going to go through some highlights on the west end of the city, then followed by the east end. On the west end, we have a number of changes in the northwest part of the city that will be tied to the opening of Line 6. And this is really how do we better connect people to the LRT? How do we maintain service in areas where the bus service is being replaced by LRT, such as in the Humberwood area? And then also recognizing some of the travel patterns, such as better connecting the ends of lines of rapid transit routes to the airport, but then also the many employment areas that are in the areas surrounding the airport. And that is one of the reasons why we are currently recommending a new express bus route from the Mount Dennis station to the airport. Yes, it's going to the airport, but it's really focusing on better serving folks that are traveling on a very busy Dixon Road corridor where there's a lot of employment and a lot of travel locally in that area. In the southwest part of the city, I just want to focus on the two changes. One is just improving two-way bus service in Liberty Village, and some of those changes will be implemented alongside construction this year. And then in the Humber Bay Shores and on the Queensway, as we are looking at the fare integration agreement, how do we better connect more folks to the Mimico GO station? So this is a new service that would connect not just Humber Bay Shores, but anyone who's traveling on the Queensway corridor, which we know is an area of intensification and a lot of local connections. On the east end of the city, a lot of these are area study-based recommendations. So in the north central area, looking at improvements to service on the Leslie Street corridor, which we know the northern part of the corridor is going through a lot of change, whether it's new residential and the need to connect better between York Mills and Steeles. So we have a new route to serve that pattern. It will improve local connectivity between the St. Andrews area and Bayview Village. And we're also looking at a new route connecting from the Underhill Drive area to Line 5 when it opens. And this is partially also to replace some of our premium express service that is no longer something that we recommend continuing operating. In the northeast part of the city, we have a number of extended routes to serve a lot of new employment in the southeast quadrant of Markham Road and Steeles. We know we have a new Amazon warehouse, we have a new Canada Post facility, and a lot of new shift work warehouse type facilities that will benefit from new extended local routes. But we've also extended Markham Road express service over the past few months to better serve that area as well. Further on the east end, we're also looking at implementing service improvements in the Lawrence East corridor. This includes a new route serving the current Hall neighborhood connecting to U of T Scarborough, which helps with some of that non-east-west type of travel in the central part of Scarborough. While at the same time, importantly, being able to extend our frequent 10-minute service from Orton Park to Morningside Avenue, which we know Morningside Avenue, Kingston Road, Lawrence is one of the busiest hubs of transit activity in the city, and getting frequent service to that location is going to be a major benefit to thousands of customers per day. In terms of some of the changes in Southwest Scarborough, I want to highlight that in terms of how our engagement process worked, where our first proposal for some of those changes, we received some very valuable input from residents in the neighborhood, and this reflects a revised plan based on the input we received. And then lastly, in the East York area, this is an example of how we're trying to pilot route changes while we have construction. These changes were initially proposed in 2022, but we saw an opportunity to implement some of these alongside construction this past summer. And as the construction is easing off, we're recommending to keep those service changes in and reflect some of the positive feedback we've received along those routes. Speaking of construction, in terms of the third theme, in terms of doing disruptions differently, we've adopted and will communicate out what our construction planning guidelines will be based on what we hear from customers of how we better adjust our service during construction. We know internally and with our partners across Metrolinx and with the city that there's improvements we can do in terms of the process of how we plan, communicate, and manage service disruptions. So that is work that's being done through the City Transportation Services Group, but then also within TTC as well to better coordinate those changes to service. highlighting some of the main projects happening in 2024 that will have major impacts to customers. King Street West is definitely one that's going to be a major impact, we know, through the Dufferin to Shaw area, where we are replacing not just track for streetcars, but then also replacing a 146-year-old water main along King Street. So this is where multiple needs to replace infrastructure are overlapping, and we're coordinating it. We have continued work at Pape Station, where the bus terminal will be closed in the second quarter of 2024 as we build a new interchange with the Ontario line and Line 2, and then various streetcar overhead and track upgrades as we move into the latter stages of that modernization work. I want to highlight that we do have a survey online now that was launched today, actually, asking our customers in the King West area about 2 different options for how streetcar service will change, and then any other input they have as we plan towards that work starting in February. That is what was in the annual service plan in terms of the 3 themes and the actions, and I do want to talk briefly about the implications as we go into developing our service budget. As I mentioned, the ASP is designed as primarily route changes that we aim to implement through reallocating service from less busy to more busy areas. So the full implementation of that is really dependent on the flexibility we have based on the demand we have and the capacity that we're operating. The plan was based on February 2023 ridership data, which was the best data that we had. And as we mentioned through the CEO report, that we've seen an increase beyond what we've expected in the fall. And we've seen ridership and demand, and subsequently the amount of spare capacity that we have to implement all of these changes in the ASP may be limited. We're continuing to monitor those changes to ridership to see what the implication is. So anything that we are unable to implement in 2024, we'll make sure to communicate that to the board earlier if we can, but definitely through the 2025 annual service plan process. As we mentioned in the CEO report, we are operating 95% of pre-pandemic regular service right now, but it's important to note that pre-pandemic doesn't really represent what TTC needs today to operate good service. As mentioned, we have very uneven ridership returns, so off-peak boardings in many routes are over 100% of what we were pre-pandemic. And just looking at some of the September data, almost 2/3 of all weekend periods have seen demand during that busiest time when people, where we may need to run increased service. Many of those periods have increased in demand by over 10% in September compared to February. We know congestion is back and worse in some cases as travel patterns change and construction happens. And we also want to highlight that in 2019, we were operating 100% service, but we did not actually meet all of our capacity-related service standards at that time, and we continue to look at how we meet those service standards moving forward. Another important piece of why we're 95% service is we've maintained all coverage and periods of service. We have not removed any service on any routes in terms of periods or coverage, and some of that is despite low ridership. We've kept that service protected, and that's why we are operating more service relative to the ridership that we're seeing. So in terms of what that means when we're talking about potential directions with the service budget, as we mentioned, we're at 95% today as of the current period, where we're operating 98% of pre-pandemic service hours on bus, 85% on streetcar, and 82% on subway. And the difference in ridership versus service levels on streetcar and subway is really because we're protecting things like the 6-minute or better wait on subway, but then also related to off-peak travel on streetcar and subway is still very strong, but then loss of ridership during peak periods with remote work policies is what's really driving a bigger proportion of that ridership reduction. With that, we're currently operating 92% of service periods within our capacity standards versus the 90% pre-pandemic, and we'll continue to look at ways that we can reallocate service from less busy to more busy routes to get that number closer to 100%. At a 97% service level, which is what was described in the report in terms of the 2024, that allows us to operate Line 5 and Line 6. We'll identify through the service budget process what that means in terms of how the service standards may need to be adjusted to meet that demand. And then also we'll make sure we address the highest priority congestion adjustments to our schedules. What we do know is if we make transit faster and more reliable, we can reduce the cost of operating that service and reinvest that either into capacity or to other service initiatives. So this is why when we're looking at opportunities for reinvestment and savings, that is a major highlight, is how do we make transit more reliable? How do we make it faster? And whether that is implementing Rapid TO and the Surface Transit Network Plan, looking at our internal processes and how we operate our service, if there's things that we can do to make things faster, but then also, and this is a lot of work that we're doing with the city in terms of identifying traffic and on-street parking changes, particularly with construction. That is how we can speed up service and reduce the cost to operate it to provide the same capacity so that we can use those hours to invest elsewhere, which is to the right, where how do we address our service needs and grow our transit service? That is really, we need more than the 97%. And to be able to do this, and we'll continue to identify through the 5-year service plan and customer experience action plan further opportunities to grow our transit service to meet the city-wide objectives, whether it is for our climate-based objectives or simply to be able to move people that are moving into this city in a more sustainable way. So this is my last slide. Thank you for your time on that. But today we're asking for approval of that 2024 annual service plan and feeding that into the development of the budget. Recommendation 2 is related to changes where there may be new streets or streets that will have transit service removed. And this is something that we require board approval for. And of course, making sure that our partners are well aware of the changes that we're making. The third recommendation is to forward the report. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Morris. Members, are there any questions? Vice Chair De Laurentiis, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First an observation. I'm not sure if I'm reading the data statistics right, but it seems to me if we are at 95% pre-COVID service level, but 78% ridership pre-COVID, then we're over 100% in service levels. So that's an observation. You can just hold that for a minute. My questions really go to 3 areas, and they really have to do with the changing travel patterns. The data that we have in terms of what it tells us is backward looking, right? You're looking at what has happened, where people are moving, but it's all backward looking. So my question is whether for the 5-year strategy plan, we can in fact source data that gives us a bit of a forward looking picture, because we know, for example, that new buildings, new condos are being built. There is a change in where offices, where people are working. The Ontario government, for example, is encouraging key offices to be moved in outlying areas of the city. So we know that we may not have access to that data. But so that's my first question. Could we look at forward-looking data that would give us a better picture as to how we plan for that 5-year, how we forward plan?
So through the chair, I'll touch on the service level versus ridership, and I'll maybe pass it to Wendy to discuss the looking forward piece. So as you mentioned, ridership versus service levels, from a high level, that is true. 95% versus the 78% ridership would imply that the service is better than it was pre-pandemic. However, as we've mentioned, the off-peak ridership and the rate of return versus on different markets and in different areas and different times of day is quite dramatically different. So if we're looking at off-peak ridership, we're especially on bus where we're at 90, over 100%. If you think of the hours of service that we operate in off-peak in terms of whole hours in a week versus during peak periods, that does make up a major proportion of that service. And we have a lot of off-peak periods of service where we're actually operating more frequent service than we did before in response to that demand. That's definitely something we'll continue to monitor, and we'll communicate those changes. That's one of the things we want to do through the annual service plan, is to communicate that difference between markets, periods, and modes.
Okay, just what you said, just right there, off-peak. So the language we use probably should change. What does off-peak mean? What's
correct
peak going forward, right? Peak is, again, a backward-looking moniker in the way that we that's something you could take away and think about, what does it mean in this new world?
Through the chair, yeah, that's definitely, I'll pass, Mark is here, whose team is developing the 5-year service plan, and we'll take that into consideration. And then I did want to also touch on congestion is a big change since 2019, and we're seeing congestion at different times, which is costing us more to operate the same service and same capacity in many areas of the city. Pass it to Wendy.
Thank you, Lawrence. And just a further comment with respect to peak times. While our peaks are not as acute as they were prior to the pandemic, they're still very much present in our demand. So we're definitely seeing, while percentage of ridership has increased in off-peak and on weekends at a higher rate, we're definitely seeing a higher demand during our traditional peak times in the morning and the afternoon. So just wanted to clarify that. And thank you for your question, Commissioner. Through the chair, in terms of looking forward to understanding our demand, we recognize that this is extremely important. There's brand new travel patterns that we need to understand. And not only as a result of what's on our minds in terms of hybrid work, but changes in terms of dynamics within the city. And so better understanding what the impacts of congestion will mean. We're currently seeing that congestion is as high or higher than it was prior to the pandemic, even though office occupancy is the 54% downtown. So we need to understand what's happening on the roads, what the impact that is on our transit service and our ability to move around the city, and demand for service. Our previous long-term outlooks were, not to simplify it, but really based on the idea that the city will continue to grow by population and a rather sort of straight trajectory. And now we need to think about not only congestion, but what will be happening with land use planning, increased development applications. The idea of MTSAs being developed in and around transit corridors, not unlike transit-oriented development, new zoning, and changes in overall changes in travel patterns. So that work is actively underway. We currently have our longer-term outlook to 2021, and that's going to help inform kind of backcast what we think will be happening in more current years. We're actively working with the city in terms of bringing that information together, looking at transportation travel surveys that will help inform current travel demand, and then these other forces that'll be coming in, influencing overall mobility within the city.
I had one more, but
You're over time.
Okay,
but we can go through a second round. Yeah.
Thank you.
Does anybody? No. Commissioner Osborne. You have 5
Thanks.
minutes.
This was a very monumental piece of work, so thank you very much. I just wanted to note that in the report you say that the TTC vision includes moving large volumes of customers safely, reliably, and swiftly, and that's a quote, across Toronto. And if you take the subway out of the mix, we really are failing on 2 of those 3 things, just simply because of congestion in the city. We can't move people swiftly if they're stuck in traffic. It's just a fact. So I noticed in the report that you had a couple of references to the congestion, noting that it's back and in fact even worse in some areas, and that you're trying to adjust the schedules to it. But I'm wondering if there's anything more that we can do, because I really feel like we owe it to our customers to not just accept it and work around it. I don't know what we can do, perhaps highlighting routes with the city that are most implicated, doing some experiments, I don't know, advocating. So, because we know that on-time performance is a key to customer satisfaction. This is obviously a big problem for our on-time performance numbers. Anyway, I'm just wondering what we do about this.
Through the chair, in the last 5-year service plan, we identified the need to improve surface transit
and we identified a pillar around opportunities and initiatives to do so. That included improving service on 5 major corridors within the City of Toronto. That work has now blossomed into what is known as RapidTO. The RapidTO project includes many different treatments or tools that can be used in a context-specific way on corridors across the city. You can do the red lane treatment like you've seen on Eglinton, or recently for Line 3. You can do queue jump lanes, transit signal priority, and also include policy measures like the removal of parking and other things. The City of Toronto Transportation Services and City Planning and the TTC are working on a report on RapidTO, and it'll be before City Council shortly.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, how much will it cost us a year to operate lines 5 and 6?
So through the chair, it's Josie. On an annualized basis, the 2 lines combined, it's just over $106 million. Most of that going to line 5. That one's about 75-ish.
Right.
Million.
And how much of next year do you expect line 5 to operate?
Sorry, did you say when?
How much of next year do you expect line 5 to operate?
So so through the chair, our current assumption at the moment is an opening date of September 2024, but that is really dependent on information to be confirmed by Metrolinx. But that is our working assumption at this time.
Okay, so the 2024 budget includes 4 months worth of operating line 5?
So through the chair, no, there are both fixed and variable costs associated with that because we have a lot of preparation to do before we actually go into revenue service. So all the operators, there's lots of training and testing, so there's actually funding that has to happen prior to that. And then there's additional costs when we actually go into revenue service.
So we have a lot of service improvements this year funded out of the savings because we weren't operating lines 5 and 6. What will happen to those service improvements once you have to also fund those other lines?
Through the chair, you'll see that through the budget submission, which will be brought forward shortly to the board, which identifies the annualized cost of sustaining the service improvements or the added service we had to do in 2023 to meet demand. So that'll come through the budget process and is aligned with the service plan you're seeing today.
I guess we'll have to see. How much of a difference, we just had some questions about RapidTO, but in terms of timely, reliable service, how much of a difference will RapidTO make given the enormous struggles we're having now?
So through the chair, I'll take that one in terms of the cost, and this is just from the experience over the past couple years. We've invested approximately 3% of our service hours over the past year to just modify schedules without necessarily increasing capacity on the route for congestion. And even as an example, with some of the delays we've seen on King Street over the past few months, if those travel times are sustained, that's an increase of the cost of operating the King Streetcar by 10%. So we can see, markedly with improved priority, with improved new dedicated lanes, RapidTO, that there are opportunities for us to find ways to reinvest those hours once we get those travel time savings.
I guess I'm looking for a more quantitative answer. If we implemented the RapidTO lines, what would be the impact on the TTC? Would it be better, but how much?
I'll look at Mark to see if he can answer that question. Operating savings from RapidTO.
So we don't have an estimate on RapidTO as a whole, as a program as of yet. We do have some estimates on a corridor basis, and it's typically in the 5% range on a corridor basis.
5% in terms of cost?
Cost.
And one of the factors that's, I know, leading to a lot of the congestion, which is driving everybody crazy, including the drivers, the bus drivers, is the road occupancy permits that the city gives considered doing some advocacy to the city when we issue these kinds of permits? At least to bring to the attention of the community council when we're considering these permits, what it means to the TTC. We never hear from you.
Sorry, just a quick reminder, could everyone speak into their mics?
Sorry, I'm trying. Yeah, I apologize. Have you considered doing some advocacy to the city and to community council when we're considering applications for construction-related permits that are going to make your life miserable? Why don't we ever hear from you?
So, Commissioner, through the chair, we have been working very, very closely with a number of the ward councillors around that, and the city has become more and more supportive. So we look going forward to being able to do that.
We need to hear from you on these things. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Matlow, you have 5 minutes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could TTC staff describe the difference between the timing of bringing forward this annual service plan this year as opposed to past years, and why is it coming at this time?
Through the chair, typically the annual service plan has come after the approval of the service budget. We believe bringing the annual service plan ahead of the service budget to inform what we need and what we are hoping for the budget to fund is important to bring that conversation forward.
So you're not satisfied with reacting, as admittedly has been done in past years, but you want to come forward to do, if I understand you correctly, you want to come forward with a proactive plan that you believe will provide improved service standards for Torontonians, and then ask council to support achieving those standards.
Through the chair, absolutely, as well as identifying how those standards would worsen if we don't get that funding.
In all candor, what, in your view, has changed during this cycle as opposed to past cycles? Would you describe it as maybe, is there a different culture right now? Is there an allowance? Is there an acceptance or even an encouragement to better understand what the needs of riders are?
Through the chair, we always have proposed changes that we think are best for our customers. When we follow the budget process, we have an envelope that we're working in. So this gives us an opportunity for the team to be able to propose more and then communicate clearly back of when we can't. I think that's a much more transparent and accountable process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Holiday, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. 2 lines of questions. The first one was just around figure A 1.2, which is route productivity, bottom 10 percentile, all 2022. It says page 5 of appendix 1, but it doesn't really matter. It's a general question. It lays out, I guess, the 10 most expensive routes, or I guess the 10th percentile, so that's 11 routes. What does the other end of the spectrum look like? So the top 10 most efficient routes in terms of price. Can you give me just a sense? You don't have to give me the exact numbers, but what does the net cost per passenger look like on that?
Through the chair, so as you mentioned, we do typically look at the lowest performing routes to make them better. And then in terms of the best performing routes, we do have some routes in some periods that are in fact profitable. And that is some of the challenge we have today is the subway in peak periods was profitable and it helped subsidize some of that off-peak service. So without that ridership back, it's obviously going to create a challenge. Surprisingly, when I look at it, some of our streetcar routes in the off-peak periods are actually right now the most productive and most profitable in some periods even because of the capacity of the streetcars, and we can carry more people, and with downtown you get a lot of churn. Some of our busiest bus routes are also, and during the busiest periods and of operation are high producting, and if we need to report back on what those are, we're happy to do that as part of the 5-year service plan process.
I don't require a report to the, but maybe could we talk about it? We just talk about it together, just so I understand better the distribution and what the net cost per passenger? Would that be something that I could get?
Through the chair, happy to, and then through the 5-year service plan, we will add a productivity piece as well.
And how many bus routes would you guess would actually cross over the threshold of profitable?
It's not a very high number. With buses in particular, because of the lower capacity, we do have a higher operating cost to carry a full bus of people. So that's why subway streetcar have traditionally been far more productive because of the capacity of those vehicles.
So the subway streetcar are the most profitable. And if I heard right, there's the largest gap between the lower ridership level and the highest service level at this time.
Through the chair, correct. There is a disparity, especially in areas of where it's traditionally not a strong transit market. We would see lower ridership return, and that's part of the protecting coverage in periods of service is low ridership to operate that period of service. That still remains the same cost.
Okay. Different set of questions. I really enjoyed the appendix section that talked about the feedback from operators. Because you have to guess if you're running a bus down the same spot many times a day over a number of days, you see things, you see patterns, you see road pylons out of the way. How does the feedback work? You know, I think there was one in here about getting a dedicated turn phase somewhere out in Scarborough. You know, obviously that's not going to be a highlight of the service plan, but what's the mechanism to collect that information and then look at implementing it? Another simple one was just the spacing between stops. So how do we gather that? Because I think it's valuable. And then how do we make sure that it's looked at and assessed?
Through the chair, so as part of the ongoing service planning process, we make sure we visit every operating division, surface, bus, and streetcar 2 times a year. Where we set up during periods of operators signing up for work, and they're in there in person, and we set up and they can come talk to us and let us know what their feedback is. Of course, all operators are encouraged to provide that feedback to their management, which does get passed on to the respective team, whether it's service for my team or traffic signal changes, for example, go to another team as well. So we do get that. We're also working on, and this is something that we're working on for 2024, is to establish route management committees at every division or from a mode perspective to give representation so that we can talk about it together collaboratively and figure out what we need to do to improve service.
So further to Councillor Sachs's questions, if an operator sees that the construction hoarding around a site just isn't right and maybe is impeding the bus or causing a whole lot of grief, simply a pylon in the wrong spot. Is there a mechanism that works to bring this, even if it's outside of the service planning process, to bring this feedback into management and then over to the city and see a successful liaison? Are we doing that well, or are we struggling with that?
Through the chair, so that is something operators are encouraged to report either immediately if it's an issue that needs to be fixed through transit control, or by filing reports at the end of their shifts and to report those needs and through discussions with their management.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. Any further questions? Okay, I have a few. Then I'll go for you. Does the staff have a sense as to how much of a subsidy increase you anticipate asking council for to operate line 5 and 6 and to keep those service standards at what they currently are? Do you have an estimate roughly?
So through the chair, it's Josie here. So we're working through the budget as we speak. And so the issue will be around whether the assumption on line 5, line 6 opening stays September. So that actually has been funded to date. And so we're just, we don't believe that there's extra there, given that the incremental amount will be in 2025. In order to maintain the 95%, it would be a requirement of about 27 billion. I'm just going from memory. And for the extra 1% on an annualized basis, it's about 8 million more.
Thank you. And just to sort of switch gears for a bit, on on page, regarding the congestion management, there was something in the service plan about using traffic control agents and that you saw a 5% improvement on the routes and that this was a pilot. Is this something that the TTC anticipates rolling out on a wider basis?
Through the chair, that is related to improved on-time performance from having on-street supervision. So we are continuing that. In fact, that is being expanded in the new year with additional bus and streetcar supervisors at station locations.
Thank you. And how are you deciding where to expand that? Is that on the routes that are performing poorly, or is that geographically based?
Through the chair there, we have an ongoing list of, as the CEO mentioned, 4 buckets in terms of route priorities. So obviously we will focus on the ones where we see not a lot of need, but then we also focus on areas where there's route changes or construction in particular, because those usually require a little bit more attention in terms of making sure it's running well.
Thank you. Regarding the Line 3 bus replacement, so the routes that are currently traveling from Scarborough Town Centre, so for example, 133, 38, 131 to Kennedy, what has also been happening is that when they return back to Scarborough Town Centre, they're traveling in bunches. So they don't seem to be carrying that many passengers on their way back to Scarborough Town Centre. Is there any sense as to how they could perhaps be deployed more efficiently so that they're not traveling in bunches, or maybe even making certain stops along the way?
Through the chair, yeah, this is the first week of that operation, so we're getting settled, but definitely making sure regular spaced departures from Kennedy in particular are there. So we'll bring that back with our transit control team, and that's part of the on-site supervision that we're talking about.
Thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Thank you. I just want to come back to the changing travel patterns. You know, it's likely to be a long-term legacy post-COVID, and then, you know, that combined with technology, that where we work, how we work, you know, when we work has completely shifted. Like it's a whole new world we're in, and that, of course, feeds into transit services. So a question for you, first a comment. I think our bus service, I think we underplay it. I would put it actually number 1 instead of the subway and the streetcar. Notwithstanding that I've always lived and always used streetcar and subways. I think buses are the unsung heroes of our transit system when we look at the numbers of people they carry and the service they provide. So a question is, I think that gives us the most flexibility. So as we're looking 5 years ahead, to look at where those opportunities lie, including, you know, as employers move their offices, whether there's actually an opportunity there for TTC to provide and to align service with when individuals are leaving offices, factories, whatever. Like, is that a conversation we can include, conversations you can include in the five-year plan? And then the other, because I'm trying to get all my questions in before the chair cuts me off here. And the other piece of it is, again, looking at the 5-year strategic plan, a question we should be putting in that plan, or at least a comment we should be putting in that plan, is that the way that we define profitability should shift. It isn't just about profitability to the transit, to TTC. It's about the broader profitability to the city, to employers, et cetera. So again, 2 questions there, if I can just put them to you or leave them with you.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, so the concept of the bus being the workhorse of the TTC system, we've always said how important our integrated system is between all the modes, whether it's bus, streetcar, and subway. And we know that 80% of our customers are on the bus every single day, and we need to make sure that we are reflective of that. And I think we've taken great strides to reaffirm how important that bus network is. As we talk about moving forward and looking forward and how that bus network changes, I think it's also important to think, when Wendy was mentioning about peak service is not just people going to and from work, it's also people going to school, to university. Like, we know post-secondary students are a major market for us, whether it is to get to and from school or to and from work. And we know that that's going to be important, and we need to continue assessing those changes. We are looking forward to continuing to survey our employers in the city to better understand how those changes are, and that feeds into some of the forecasts that we develop, as well as the Transportation Tomorrow survey update that was done in 2023, which is the whole region looking at how travel patterns may have changed. That will definitely inform how we adjust our service moving forward, and I look forward to seeing those results and seeing how that service will change.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Seeing no further questions, we will move on to speakers. Does anyone want to speak on the item? Commissioner Moyes, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my questions were actually asked and answered by staff. It's really around the operating budget, of course. Thank you to staff for this report. It was very well put together. It was promising. I learned a lot from it. But of course, a lot has happened in the last year in regards to, we increased the single fare by 10 cents. At one point, service was reduced. I'm happy to see that it's now back to 95% and 70% ridership, and it continues to go up. But my concern, of course, is that the subsidy portion that we may ask from council, and knowing the situation the city is in, it's a bit of a difficult situation. So again, I wouldn't want to see fare increases any further than they have already, because I think people are at their wits' end, and they can't really afford it any more than they are paying now. And we all know TTC is a vital service, so it gets people to and from work, to the hospital, to school, and so forth. But I just wanted to be mindful of our ability as a city to subsidize the service more than we have already. But I'll leave it there for now. I just need to say it out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Any other speakers? Commissioner Matlow, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
I want to congratulate city staff for coming forward with this annual service plan proactively. For far too many years, we've had a culture at City Hall where every division and every agency has either been told, or certainly there's been a strong suggestion that we want you to sort of keep the lid on the pot, and we don't want to see anything boil over. And the problem with not accepting or even being willing to recognize when you've got a problem is that then you don't fix it. Now, we all have a bigger problem when it comes to the governance framework and the financial framework of how the city is supported and how the TTC is supported. And collectively, along with the ATU and all of our partners, we need to continue making the case to the provincial government that they need to come back to being a full partner when it comes to investing in both capital and state of good repair along with operating. They need to be a full partner again. But how do we make that case if we don't know what's missing, if we don't know what we need to improve? How does council consider thoughtfully in an informed way what investments it needs to make, whether it be fully funding or whether it be in stopgap or whether it being that we can't fund it but we need to advocate to the province? How does council make that decision? How does the mayor effectively advocate when she meets with the premier if we don't have that information? TTC staff, along with this board's role, is not to pretend that everything's fine. We need to say out loud and in a more candid way than has been done in the past, that we have so much work to do with respect to the state of good repair. We are in jeopardy of seeing more lines being subject to failure. We need more people on the ground in our stations to support the sense of and the substantive effort to make sure that people are safe. We need better reliability for all of our lines. And ultimately, the very best way to encourage more transit riders back onto the system is to provide them a system that they feel safe on and they know they can rely on. So I just want to congratulate and commend staff for knowing that they now can feel comfortable coming forward with their honest recommendations on what it will take to make the TTC the better way. And it'll be up to council to consider how best to support the TTC, most likely a combination of contributions through the budget process, along with ongoing advocacy to the provincial government to be the partner that we need and we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow.
That's Chris.
Any other speakers on this item? Seeing no further speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the item? All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. Thank you. The next item of business is item 4, status update, fare integration. We have speakers on this item. Alan Yule, right there. You are the first speaker. Alan, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. This is an opportunity to improve transit across the GTHA, but only if we do it right. If we don't do it right, it's going to blow up in our faces. Oops, we don't have a screen yet. We're having technical difficulties.
Stop your time. Are you trying to make a presentation?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
What happened? Okay.
Change.
Okay, let's try this again. This is an opportunity to improve transit across the GTH, but we have to do it right. If we don't, it's going to blow up in our faces. Today, you have to pay 2 fares, but get 2 hours per agency to cross the GTH to your destination. Per this report, you pay 1 fare, but get 2 hours to get across 2 or more regions. Halfway across the trip on the TTC, we could end up charging our customers another fare. Yes, I acknowledge that the charge is being done by Presto, but it's TTC customer service people, it's TTC operators are the ones that are going to be yelled at by angry customers. This 2-hour window applies to 4.3% of our passengers that travel in and out of Toronto's borders, and people travel from Toronto out to work in other regions. The majority of our cross-border travelers come from GO Transit, though. If you take a GO train from Niagara Falls on a weekday, you have a 2-hour and 34-minute trip. That means best case scenario, you have 26 minutes to complete all your transfers on the TTC. If you take the second trip, it's 2 hours and 53 minutes to get to Toronto, which means you have 7 minutes. These travel windows do not include the time it takes to get from the platform level to the concourse level, to tap a GO Presto reader, and then to get to the lower concourse level and then gush towards Union Station. It's a bit better when you commute from Kitchener. You have a max of 73 minutes to make all your transfers, or a minimum of 50 minutes. What I find confusing is that when you take the GO train in the opposite direction, You have the full 2 hours on TTC and the full 3 hours on Go. The TTC has the highest monthly pass in the country. Everybody recognizes that. This is in spite of the fact that we don't even crack the top 10 when it comes to our cash fares. In honor of September's deputations, Kingston Transit is only 10 cents less than what we charge. Now, before I get ruled out of order, this is relevant because it's not in this report. Go Transit uses a descending fare schedule. The more you take, the less you pay per trip. However, the 4 municipal agencies at Board of Toronto have a flat fare monthly pass. A DRT, or Dearborn Region Transit, only takes 36 trips to break even compared to our 48. So with this new plan, do I buy a DRT monthly pass instead and use it on the TTC as well? That would save me $35 a month. We need to fix our monthly pass price point. It's the only way our ridership numbers are going to recover. How much longer do I have, Mr. Chair?
Minute and a half.
Minute and a half? This is slightly off topic, but we talk about subsidy level. We don't talk about subsidy level on our streetlights. If we don't have streetlights, they don't work. So we've got to change the paradigm shift from subsidy and subsidizing the TTC to paying our bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next deputant on the list is Adam Cahoon. Online. Adam, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us, Adam. You have 5 minutes starting now.
I am Adam Goon. I am a person with a disability. And I am a wheelchair user. Yes, I love the fare integration, but my only big concern is from the many deputations of years past, I have brought up a major concern of the distribution of where we can load fare media. And now why this is connected is because it looks like with this fare integration, it didn't state whether we are now in another new binding contract with Metrolinx and Presto, or whether some of the issues of having it so for people like me that now live over 2 kilometers away from a Shoppers Drug Mart, or live over 2 kilometers away from a subway station, can have trouble if we have trouble with our Presto card, or are low income and don't have debit or credit cards, or don't have family to load our Presto cards when needed. These are major barriers. So my question is a simple one. Does this fare integration really hamstring us back to the Presto system? And where are the negotiations on having fare media distributed in more places than just the Shoppers Drug Mart network, which the frontline staff barely can take the customer that they have to take that have trouble using the self-checkout. And most of them, when I go to the Shoppers near me, they tell me they just want me to go all the way to a Union Station because they don't want to deal with helping me with my Presto card whenever I do need to load a little bit of cash or have minor trouble. End of thought. That's my question, thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now move on to questions. Members, a reminder that you have 5 minutes. Commissioner Jagdale, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, I've actually never been in this room before, so quite cool. Thank you, Chair. We're still talking about the fare integration, yes?
Yes.
Does staff have an understanding on what the KPIs or metrics are that the province is going to use to determine whether or not this has been successful?
The most, through the chair, the first one is usage, and the expectation is for the City of Toronto that additional 5 to 7 million customer trips per annum will be realized through this program.
Sorry, million?
Million.
Okay.
And beyond that, we are still discussing what the additional KPIs could be, but that's the first and foremost one, usage.
Okay, got it. And as we start to think about how this is communicated, is this going to be a joint TTC or province initiative? Is this going to be a provincial initiative? How are we starting to think about that?
It will be a joint effort that, with the province leading with the initial marketing campaign and the TTC following up with the secondary campaign.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale. Commissioner Sachs, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So at the, according to the staff report, at the end of the 2 years, there is an option to extend. I take it that's the province that has the option to extend. We don't have that, correct?
Through the chair, yes, it's correct. It's the province's option to exercise.
All right, so it's a unilateral decision of the province. And the majority of the financial benefit goes to people who don't live in Toronto, right? Most of the people who will benefit from the discount are people outside Toronto.
So there are customers both within Toronto and outside of Toronto that would benefit from this program?
Yes, clearly there are both, but the majority are outside the city, right?
Mark?
Approximately 75% in the AM trip originate in the 905 and 25% originate in Toronto. So it's one quarter of participants that benefit from the program originate their trip in Toronto.
What would it cost us to continue this fare integration if the province doesn't pay the loss?
So through the chair, right now it's estimated about between 40 and 60 million based on current usage.
Per year. Right, and we don't have that money sitting around for spare, I take it?
Absolutely not.
Now, in terms of getting long-term funding from the province, do we have more leverage before we enter into the deal with them, or once we're already in it?
I think it's fair, through the chair, I think it's fair to say that we should be communicating our desire to see a long-term commitment as we're entering into the agreement.
Okay, as in now?
Yes.
Now, we've been through this before, right? As soon as the Ford government was elected, they wanted to have some fare integration. We did have the double discount program that they started, and then they canceled it, and we ended up getting blamed by a lot of people, right?
Through the chair, we jointly communicated the cancellation of that program, which the province did cancel because of lack of funding.
Yes, but the point is that when people get used to something, they've got a pretty high aversion to losing it. And when they lose it, the blame was not clearly focused at the province that made the decision. The TTC wore a lot of it. Isn't that so?
Through the chair, I think it'd be difficult to ascertain, but I think it's fair to say that there's a change management and communications process that would need to be put in place if a program like this were to be canceled again, and that should be clearly managed.
You'd agree with me that most people have no idea what each level of government does.
Through the chair, unfortunately, that is sometimes the case.
Certainly, as I go door to door, most people don't know that Metrolinx isn't run by the TTC. Have we ever said, or have you said to the province at any point, we don't want to be trapped in this program by people's expectations because we cannot afford to run it? Have you clearly conveyed that to them?
Yes, through the chair, we've been very clear that if there's a cancellation of this program, that they will need to communicate that to the public. And I mean, as you mentioned, that there is a process that would need to be underway to do that, because obviously not the average residence does understand the difference between TTC and Metrolinx, but we would be making best efforts to request them to make that communication.
In retrospect, was it good for the TTC to participate in that double discount program with GO that the province then canceled at short notice? Was it good for us? Was it good for our reputation? Was it good for our relations with the riders? Did we end up better off because we went through that whiplash?
So through the chair, there's been a lot of effort to try to advance fare integration, and say that pilot program was a first foray into that. Was it good for us? I think there's benefits to customers, and maybe Mark Mizzi might want to elaborate on that.
Through the chair, I would just take your line of logic further. There have been a number of different programs that have occurred over the last 2 decades, and all have been incremental towards fare integration. This is a transformational step towards achieving a seamless transit system across the region. And if that DBF has led to this one fare program, then I think it was successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Moyes, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I read through this report over the weekend. I have a few questions. So this is going to expected to start early 2024 to 2026, March 2026. So I understand that Metrolinx will reimburse the city 100% for GO. They also paying 100% for Brampton and York and Durham as well, and all the other municipalities around it, the city.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And so I guess Presto has the capability of actually itemizing the these individual fare?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. It's been tested and proven and it works?
It is going through testing now with all different agencies, but yes, it is looking promising.
Okay.
More than promising, very, very, very likely.
Okay. And what is it? Do we know what the timeline for reimbursement would be? Because we have to submit these numbers to Metrolinx, and then they reimburse us. So
through the chair, I don't have that number at the moment, but I will get it in a second.
Through the chair, it would be exactly the same mechanism that we use with the discounted double fare. So we already have that established as a process.
okay. Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Any other questions? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
I just have one question, and I didn't have any until Adam Cahoon made his deputation. I'm just wondering, he raised the issue of the availability of Shoppers Drug Mart locations throughout the city, and in particular these, we've referred to them as these deserts where there are underserved areas. He is personally affected by this, and there are many others. I'm just wondering, where are we in the, I know we were trying to work with Metrolinx to get more locations so that people who were in these areas that did not have adequate access to Presto locations could get better service. And sorry, I'd forgotten all about it until he mentioned it, and I think it's a really good point.
Through the chair, that is a really good point, and it's been a concern of this board, it's been a concern of staff. We've been working with Metrolinx to expand their third-party network. including looking at opportunities to expand Shoppers and Loblaw branded stores, as well as looking for opportunities to extend whether it is fair vending machines or having people in community centers and libraries be part of that network. In addition, we are working with Metrolinx to look at other opportunities to expand into other retailers. So that's something that's ongoing. So this is something that is continuing. We're working on this, and we hope to have a report back to this board in hopefully early Q1 2024.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Holliday, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Chair. This is a Government of Ontario initiative, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
So why do we have to enter into an agreement? If it's run through the Presto system, they can just change it from there, and can they not?
So the terms of the agreement are to lay out the program details, our requirements to support reporting, communications. So it's effectively an amendment on top of the existing Presto agreement, or it's a separate complementary agreement for the existing Presto.
We don't have the terms or a term sheet in the report, is that correct? I didn't miss it.
The principles of the agreement that we would be negotiating are included on page 9 of the report.
So why do we have to do anything? Like, why would we enter into agreements about communications? I think that's what someone said, that they would do the first one and then we would do a secondary. Why not just leave it to them?
We've been requested to enter into an agreement with them just to lay out the program details and be clear on expectations between the parties. And all the other municipalities are also doing the same thing with Metrolinx.
So there's an offer, basically money, but then we have to agree to a bunch of requirements. What if we don't?
Then the program would not be implemented.
Could they implement it anyways? If we didn't agree to, say, do the communications and marketing, could they just do it from their end? There's no data that we have to provide. It's all through the Presto system, is it not? Or do we have to release the data? Just help me understand the mechanics of it.
Through the chair, we have a relationship with Presto and Metrolinx in such that any change, such as fare integration, open payments, any major change or additional offerings that would be given to our customers, we do have to have an agreement. It doesn't have to be a formal agreement. We usually have a letter or a memorandum of understanding between ourselves and Presto. Why is that? Because we're pushing out a change to our system that may impact not only our revenue, but also the kind of customer experience that we have for our customers. So we have done this on numerous occasions with Presto and Metrolinx. And so we would do the same thing in this instant.
So there was an interesting answer there. It was said that we're pushing out the change. And I want to understand the branding and who's behind it, because they're paying it all. So I would think it's their program. So why do we have a stake or an ownership in it? Or do we have to market it that way? Can we not just say, this is, thanks, this great thing from the Government of Ontario, it's, customer, you don't have to do anything, it's just, it's going to change the way that it works, here's the rules. But it's their program, it's not the TTC's.
Through the chair, one of the things that the agreement also protects is the City of Toronto and the TTC's right to set fair policy, and that's something that we want to do. If we do hand it over to the province, that means that they're essentially making fair policy changes on behalf of this mission.
What fair policy change would it be if they're reimbursing?
From a fair to $0.
But they're reimbursing it. What difference does that make to us? Customer doesn't see it. I'm just trying to understand why our fair policy would change if there's a reimbursement mechanism.
Don't our card readers have to read? Like, isn't there a technical comment there just
Through the chair, there is
related to the question Councilor was asking?
Through the chair, there is a technical change that's made to our fare card readers, and that's the reason why we need to go through an agreement. And if we're not at the table with Presto as they do this change to make sure, I believe one of the commissioners mentioned testing, there could be problems. So we want to make sure that there isn't going to be an impact financially to the software changes that would be required for us to implement fare integration. And that's the reason why we need to be at the table and enter into a memorandum of understanding on agreement with Presto.
Okay, last question, if I may, Chair. $40 to $60 million, that's the commitment to 26 from the province. Is there any plan, if there isn't a continuation of the program, on how it's unwound? Is it contained in the agreement, in the terms? Is there any conversation about that? What do we do?
So through the chair, there would be termination clauses in the agreement that would make clear that the province would need to give notification that they are not going to fully fund the program any further, and then there'd be a wind-up of the program, including their requirement to communicate to the public that they are no longer funding the program.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Are there any further questions on this item? No? I have a couple. So the first question I just wanted to clarify, does the fare integration apply to the Up Express stations?
Through the chair, no, it does not.
Okay. Thank you. The second question I had was, are we planning any service adjustments to better align our buses with either GO Transit trains or are the other GTA buses that our users might be taking?
Through the chair, at this moment, we are not doing train meets. It's because the TTC service is much more frequent than GO Transit service, especially at some of the periphery stations. Our service planning team is well aware that there may be increases in service on some specific routes, especially serving post-secondary schools such as George Brown. They are aware, and a budgetary change may be requested in year to address any increases in demand should additional resources be required.
Thank you. And what about to the other GTA transit agencies? So My Way, Brampton, York Region?
Through the chair, in terms of the connections we make with other transit agencies, we continue to do that at key transfer points if there's a case, but similar to GO Transit because of similar to GO Transit because our frequencies are so much higher, we typically don't do meets unless there's a real case. Sometimes in early morning periods, for example, connecting to early morning trips, connecting to Brampton, for example, we're working with Brampton Transit on that.
Thank you. And the final question is, will there be a communication plan in the event that this is not funded by the province past 2026?
Through the chair, yes, there would be a communications plan, and our expectation is that the province and Metrolinx would be fully responsible for that.
Thank you. Do you have a sense as to what that communications plan would look like?
The details of that have not been worked out yet, but is something that we would be hoping to make sure is very clear that the responsibility lies with the province of Ontario.
Thank you. And do we have a sense as to when the province would notify us as to whether they would extend the program beyond 2026?
We're currently working on notification timelines, but our suggestion would be at minimum 3 months, if not longer, to ensure that there is a proper communication and change management plan.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, I will move to speaker. Are there any speakers on the item? Commissioner Sachs, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion that I've been working out with staff. As you could tell from my questions, I'm very concerned about what happens in 2 years. It's clear that this is simply a question where we are, again, entirely at the mercy of the provincial government. Staff advised me that it is not possible at this point to get a longer-term commitment, and so we face going through the same whiplash again, where people do blame the TTC. We know that loss aversion is much more powerful once people have a benefit they really, really resent giving it up, and many times as strong as not having it in the first place. And we know that people, I mean, I go door to door all the time in the most educated ward in the city, and most people don't know that Metrolinx isn't run by the TTC. So it's going to be very challenging if we start a popular, helpful program and then stop it. And I do have to point out to everybody that March of 2026 is election year. So there will be intense political pressure on the TTC to keep this program going at a cost that we cannot afford. So my motion, which I hope is going to come up on the screen any moment here, has two parts. One is dealing with the communication, as Commissioner Holliday just mentioned, that it should be conditional on the province to be, oops, that's not the one I agreed to. Sorry?
Could you read your motion out too, please? I can't see it from here.
Well, that's not the one I agreed to anyway. So we may have to stand me down for a moment. I know Ms. Thorburn is working on a version. Okay. When my motion is ready, I'll start again, but please stand me down for a moment until it's ready, because that's not the right one.
Okay, so I will pause your time, and then I will move to Commissioner Holliday. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, there's always time for a story then, to fill some time. So I actually really am going to talk about a fable. It's called The Boy and the Filberts. And reading it off the internet here, it's not that long, but I guess its origins were from the Greek philosopher Epictetus. And the story's really simple. It goes something like this. You know, a boy's walking along and he comes upon a pitcher. And, you know, a pitcher has a large base and a narrow opening. And he puts his hands down into there because inside the pitcher, it's filled with filberts and figs, right? Nuts and fruit. And he grabs a handful and he goes to pull his hand out and it's stuck. Doesn't fit through the opening. He gets really frustrated and he starts to cry. And, you know, we don't know why he did this. You know, maybe he was really hungry. Maybe he was just greedy, right? And he wouldn't let go of the figs and the filberts. Or maybe he had just been conditioned that, you know, when you see food, grab it and grab it as much as you can. And he wouldn't let it go. And then, hence, he was trapped. And there's various versions of this story over the years. But, you know, it's an interesting one that talks about a lot of things. But I can't help but wonder if we're not plunging our hand here into a bowl of figs or filberts and, you know, agreeing to a really laudable program, right, that's going to save people money, and it definitely will benefit people out in the West End where I live if you're traveling out into the 905 and back and forth. But the worry I have, and I thank Commissioner Sachs for raising this, is, you know, what of the end point in 2026? Are we going to be able to release those figs if the money doesn't continue? Because I'm pretty sure, given our current financial status, and I'm not sure that it will be magically solved by 2026, that we would have the 40 to 60 million to sustain a very laudable program, should the province choose not to continue, or should some of the terms that are not fully articulated here, but you know, there's some targets in terms of ridership increases and so on that were mentioned in the questions today. You know, we don't necessarily have control over that despite trying. So, you know, I hope the lesson resonates a little bit and helps you understand why we should be cautious about these sorts of things and why perhaps ensuring there's clarity about where the funding is coming from and the difference between the generous work of the province of Ontario and what the TTC does. So I look forward to Councillor and Commissioner Sachs's motions and understanding how that might help to you know, advance the concerns that I have about protecting the TTC in this case.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Osborne, you have 5 minutes.
I would like to say that I think this is a great program and it's going to help a lot of people. And I do understand that if it ends, it's unfortunate and we are going to have to manage the consequences, whether it's our fault or not. But a lot of people who need the help are going to get the help. I also think that the reality is that this city, now we have some fake lines that separate Mississauga from Toronto and so on. But for people, they're just lines. So they need to be able to move for this city, this greater area, metropolitan area to work smoothly. People need to have open movement patterns. And I think if we go all in on this, we have a chance to increase our ridership and maybe make things better for people and maybe make transit a more appealing option. So I do acknowledge that there are some downside risks on this, but I am significantly more glass half full on this than many of the people who've spoken. And I think we should just keep in mind that even if it is only for 2 years, that there are a number of people who, while they might not be too happy at the end of it, will get some help for 2 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Moyes, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and through the chair. Now, at my age, I'm not excited about many things. But about this, I am excited. It's actually a good news story, and I think we should definitely embrace it. I support my colleague's comment here, Commissioner Osborne. Again, as I've stated before, transit is essential service, right? And it doesn't matter if you're in Toronto or elsewhere. People commute for work and for other reasons. And yes, 2026 is an election year municipally, but it's also an election year provincially as well. And we know that it's the GTHA are all conservative ridings. So it is in the, yes, Councillor Holiday. so it is in their best interest to keep their constituents happy. So I think for us as a city, we actually have more leverage than we realize. And $40 to $50 million really, in the big scheme of things, is not a lot of money for the province, but it is for the city. And so based on what I've seen in Councillor Sachs's motion, I think it's worth exploring, and I will support it. Again, I would feel that the TTC should actually, be responsible for any of the cost of this. I think the province should be responsible for that. So again, I think this is great news. I think we should embrace it as a city and as a commission. And I do hope it goes beyond 2026. So again, as Commissioner Osborne mentioned, yes, this is 2 years. Yes, it's 2 years, but the hope is it will continue beyond 2 years. So let's be hopeful, at least for change here in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Commissioner Jagdeo, 5 minutes, please.
Well, I feel like I'm grandstanding now, Chair, but I want to echo the comments of my fellow commissioners. I mean, the program is a bit of a no-brainer, and if it's accurate, and I think I remember the metric was, the success metric is 5 to 7 million trips per annum additional. In addition, I think this is something that we can knock out of the park, right? It represents, assuming we're moving 1 million riders a day, it represents 1.5% of our ridership increasing, which I think is not a undoable or unachievable metric. So the only concern that I have, which I think is to the credit of staff, is how do we think about that change program? And how do we ensure that we are not bearing the brunt of the responsibility to communicate the changes to our constituents and to our customers if for whatever reason we are unable to achieve this metric, which I think again is still highly speculative. So I'm completely in favor of this, and I think it's going to do a good job in helping us think through profitability, as the Vice Chair mentioned, beyond just revenue, but what we can do for the city as we are bringing in people who are contributing to the economy locally to Toronto. So I don't see a reason why, outside of change management and controlling the messaging, why we shouldn't all be voting for this. And I'm curious to see the actual resolution on the screen, so we can actually take a look at it. But I was fine with what was on the screen before. I'll cede my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo. Commissioner Sachs? Okay, 3.5 minutes.
Okay, I think the motion's ready. Look at that, there's a motion. Okay, so, I agree with my colleagues that this is a valuable tool for many people. My main concern is that the city not get stuck with the bill and the TTC not get stuck with the bill, and this is a pattern I've seen this provincial government repeat over and over again, is to make fancy announcements, give a couple of years of money to a much less powerful, less well-funded group, and then disappear, leaving the municipal or local group holding the bag. And that's what I don't want to happen to the TTC again. So we've had some negotiation with staff. They've had some negotiations with the province. Thank you very much. So this is where we're at, is that we direct staff to keep working to try to get stable long-term funding. But in the meantime, if the province doesn't provide the ongoing full funding, that it be entirely the responsibility of the province and Metrolinx to communicate that to the public and to specifically clarify that this is not the decision of the TTC to take away this benefit that people by then will feel they've had for a very long time and are entitled to. So, of course, I've kept in mind that March 2026 is just before the provincial election, so what I would expect is that we'd get a 5-month extension that would extend it until after the provincial election and before the municipal election to maximize pressure on municipalities. But in any event, at least if we have this clear from the very beginning, that this is the province's doing, if they're going to deprive people of this benefit, they're going to have to explain it and make it clear to everyone that it's not our doing, then I will support it. So I hope you'll support my amendment, and then we can hopefully all support the program.
Thank you. Questions on the amendment? Commissioner Osborne, you have 3 minutes for clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify if that's already included, and you said that there's already been some arrangement with the Metrolinx about, if it ends up getting canceled. I'm just wondering if it's already been accommodated.
Say that, through the chair, the motion is, it complements and reinforces discussions that are happening underway.
I think it will give, it's very helpful for staff, in my experience, to be able to say, the board really cares about this. There's nothing in the existing report, and the existing agreement isn't resolved. So we have to insist on this today, here, if we want to make sure it happens. It isn't what happened last time.
Commissioner Osborne, are those your, yeah, okay. Commissioner Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 3 minutes for clarification.
Thank you. It's always good to be skeptical of dealings with other levels of government, so I agree with that. Just a quick question for you, though. I just wonder if the word solely in your motion binds TTC and may create the situation where we can't even answer a question. So, and I see that you said it in a manner that's acceptable. I think that was the word. I don't see it on screen. To general counsel, but I just would be concerned that there's nothing in that motion that would put us in the position where we look like we don't care or we won't answer questions. So that was my only observation.
It's fair, but I don't think so. My point is to avoid the mess last time. So the last time it was, we're going to hold hands and tell people, and so the TTC gets blamed. And so TTC will answer questions in any event, but the communication responsibility of going public, it should belong to the province. This will be their mess, and I think we have to insist that they wear it. And no, there's still negotiations to be done. There isn't a final agreement. I was also prepared to say, let's put this off for a couple of weeks. We've got another meeting in 2 weeks. We could talk about this again and see if in the meantime staff can work out language with the province, and that would be fine with me too. But my understanding is that staff's preference is that we give them this direction now and let them do their very best, and if there's a problem, they'll come back.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Moyes, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just listening to your last response, in that allowing the province to have sole control of the messaging as to why the program would be coming to an end might be problematic, because we don't know what the province may put in the communications. Yes, they're paying for it, and yes, they're solely responsible, but what if we are happy with what they're saying? How would we as a commission, rebut that? Because then we may have to actually spend money to actually rebut what they're messaging.
Well, that's why I've provided, they have to explain to the public that the cancellation is not the decision of the TTC, because that's the main thing, right? The main thing that is likely to happen is the TTC will be blamed for taking away this benefit. We really we can't have our cake and eat it too, I don't believe. If it's a joint communication program, the same way as last time, we will end up wearing a lot of the blame, because our name is going to be on the cancellation announcement. Yeah. If we don't want to be blamed for the cancellation, then we have to not be part of the author coming to say, we're taking away your candy.
As a collective, I think we all agree of the sentiments of the emotion. My concern, though, is that we are relinquishing the messaging to Metrolinx, and they can say, for example, the city was not a willing partner for whatever reason, and they say it may be the TTC's fault.
Okay, well, we've specifically said that they can't blame the TTC. I'm happy to say they can't blame the TTC or the city. That would be a friendly amendment I would be very glad to add. We can also add that we ask that they consult us first on the terms of the communication. We can certainly add that. But I think having the TTC brand on the communication saying we're taking away your goodies is not going to be good for this organization.
I'm okay with consult first.
All right.
Thank you.
So if we could make a friendly amendment to say consult first and then add that they won't blame the TTC or the city. I'm not sure who to look to. Kristen, is that something you can do, or do you want me to draft it? Or staff is going to draft something? Okay. All right. Thank you. So do you want to stand it down for a few minutes while staff do that before we vote?
I think it's done.
Oh, well, that's good. Very efficient. Let's see it again. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Are there any other questions of clarifications for the motion? Seeing none, are there any other speakers on the motion? Okay, I will just say briefly, I think this is a great initiative. This will help a lot of people, particularly in Scarborough, Etobicoke, North York. I think this will also help relieve a lot of the traffic congestion, as people will be less incentivized to drive in, as they will now have the option of paying one fare. I share the concerns of Commissioner Sachs of making sure that we are not on the hook for something when it is not our program to continue, and I will be supporting the motion. So thank you very much. So can I have can we put the motion up to vote? All those in favor to adopt the motion? Any opposed? Motion carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item carried. Thank you. We can do one more. Okay. To one? Okay. So we're just going to do one more item, then we'll break for lunch. So the next item is Item 5, new subway train procurement and implications for Line 2 modernization and future growth. And we have a speaker on this item, Chloe Tangpong Prush.
Nailed that.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much, Chloe. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board, city staff, and everyone gathered here today. My name is Chloe Tangpong Prush, and I am here on behalf of the transit advocacy group TTC Riders. Our organization is extremely concerned about the fate of the new subway train procurement program. As the current trains age and reach the end of their design service life, they will get more and more unreliable. Breakdowns and service disruptions are not acceptable to transit riders. We depend on the subway to get around. Unreliability, more than anything else, will push riders away. There's no other option waiting in the wings for us, and as such, the in-limbo state of the fleet renewal program is extremely disheartening to transit riders across the city. A transit system that runs old, unreliable, and worn-down trains is not one that inspires confidence in riders. This is especially true in light of the recent Line 3 Scarborough derailment and premature shutdown. Confidence and trust in the system is waning. Whilst this lack of investment today might not seem pressing immediately, trains need to be ordered years in advance. Unfortunately, you cannot hop onto Amazon.ca and request a new fleet of trains to be delivered to your door with 2-day shipping. Each passing day without action wastes limited funds that we don't have and brings us 1 day closer to a subway system where there's not enough trains to run the service or not enough working trains. A reminder to all that we need new trains not just to replace the old ones, but also for our subway extensions under construction and for ridership maturity. As such, TTC Riders strongly believes that the optimal strategy is not one of fleet refurbishment, as we would be wasting millions of dollars already bookmarked for a new fleet and would only bring us back to square one within a decade. Instead, we need a new fleet of trains entirely. We encourage the board to take this route. We also encourage the City of Toronto and the TTC to continue lobbying our federal and provincial counterparts to fund the TTC's capital projects, in particular the new subway train procurement program. The city should consider bringing up this issue in its negotiations with the provincial government for a new fiscal framework for the City of Toronto. It is frankly puzzling that the province has billions of dollars to build new subway extensions in the city, but doesn't actually have the funds to buy new trains to run through those new tunnels. I've spoken to many Line 2 riders across the city, and I've come to understand the frustration and disappointment towards the withdrawal of the request for proposals for new trains. They've been riding on Line 2 for their entire lives. They expect to be able to depend on reliable service and frequent trains for the foreseeable future. We sincerely hope that the board takes into consideration the transit riders of the city when they act on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your deputation. So let's move to questions from board members. Commissioner Osborne, you have 5 minutes.
I might need more than 5 minutes, so cut me off when we get there. I agree with the deputant. And in fact, for me, other than COVID, this is the most critical sort of inflection point that has happened since I've been on the board at the TTC. And I really am concerned that this get adequate attention. So I have a number of questions on this. The first one is Table 4 on page 8. This is the estimated final cost. And I noticed there are a number of things written in there in bold that say TBD. And I know you can't say, because if you could have said, you wouldn't have put TBD in there, but I'm just wondering if you can give us an order of magnitude of what that is.
Through the chair, the TBDs that are in the table are TBDs intentionally because they will be the outcome of the feasibility and condition assessment studies that are identified in this report as required for scenario 3. It is fair to say, though, that those TBDs are likely to be significant dollars, and therefore it's pretty clear why in this report we're being clear that scenario 1 is the preferred scenario to reduce additional sunk costs.
So like, I know I'm probably being unfair here. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions?
Through the chair, I think it's fair to say hundreds of millions.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. The second question is, page 17, near the top of the page, we talk about increased reliability would be one of the benefits of getting these new cars for Line 2. The flip side of that, I think, is that we will have decreased reliability if we don't go ahead with this. And I'm interested in exploring a little bit what that would look like for Line 2 passengers, sort of in reality. So I'm assuming that would include more frequent breakdowns. Cars would get pulled out of service.
Through the chair, yes. As we approach 30 years and beyond, what's going to happen is you're going to face we will start facing parts obsolescence. It won't be unsafe, but we won't have parts to maintain these vehicles adequately. We'll probably have to start taking parts from other cars or re-engineer the parts, which is very expensive. In some cases, you will not be able to do that. And then basically, we will start taking cars out of service. The spare ratio will come down, and service will be degraded.
So that means fewer subway trains per hour would be going through that on Line 2 at peak times when we need them.
Correct.
And then, do we end up having to throttle back speeds on that too when those trains get older?
We did on the SRT, as you realized. We had a lot of speed restrictions there, and I suspect that we might have the same going forward with Line 2. It's not just a vehicle issue, but it's also an infrastructure issue as well.
So when we have a bus breakdown, and I know we track these reliability numbers carefully for all of the elements of the fleet. When a bus breaks down, we have, let's say, 15 or 40 people who get really inconvenienced. They send out a new bus and get them on their way as best we can. In the case of a breakdown on Line 2, how might that actually look in real life? Like, I'm wondering about the numbers on a given train and the potential impact on other trains that might be behind it on the line, just so that we get an idea of when something goes wrong, how big it is.
Right, so the crush capacity of a train is about 1,000 people.
1,000?
So if you offload onto the platform and you have another train come behind it, you start to run the risk of a safety concern on the platform, as we did a couple of years ago on the Young Lord.
Right, and I'm also assuming that that would mean that just the impact on people's lives when they're late for work or their doctor's appointment or job interview is now, it just gets magnified because it's the subway. It's not a bus that's got 15 people on it. We're now talking one train and then any other trains that are behind it that are getting stuck because we have a less reliable.
It is a main artery, and as a main artery, you have all those other arteries feeding into it as well. So it's not just the subway. You have us coming into those stations, and Line 1 will feed into Line 2 as well. So there's a trickle effect on all the other lines as well.
I'm curious, I know that, am I done?
That's your last, but I can come back for a second
I'll
round.
be back,
Yes.
yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions on item 5? Okay, I had a few questions. So if I'm reading this correctly, if we do not secure the funding that we need by Q1 2025, the money that the city has set aside for the procurement of the new Line 2 trains will instead have to be spent on maintaining the existing trains.
So through the chair, that's correct. We would have to reallocate the funds right now over to extend the life of the existing trains. However, we would then again need money to buy the trains because we would only be able to go about 5 years into that 10-year life before we need to order those trains because they cannot be extended any further.
Thank you. And how much of the money that we've set aside to buy the new trains would have to go towards that continued maintenance of the old trains? Like, how much would we have to raise again if this were to happen?
So through the chair, the current estimated cost for a 10-year life extension overhaul is $1.36 billion. So all existing funds that we have in plan would need to be redirected, plus additional funding found.
So we have to find approximately $800 million to refurbish the existing fleet over the 10 years, in addition to the $330 million. Then we would have to find the money again to purchase the trains that we should have purchased. So that could be that would be what, roughly, in total?
So that's only looking at the fleet. If you see on table 4 under scenario 3, we're talking at minimum $10 billion plus a TBD estimate of additional cost, because it's redirecting funds to extend the life of the existing fleet, plus additional state of good repair work that was required on the Line 2 signaling infrastructure, plus additional 30-year state of good repair programs and a 35-year state of good repair program on the T1 fleet. And so you're really just kicking the decision down the road.
And do those additional costs include things like delaying automatic train control? Because we won't do that with the current trains, we'll only do that with the newer trains.
That's correct. You can only put ATC once we have fully replaced the T1 fleet. So that's where you see under scenario 3 in the table, we would have to do additional state of good repair work on the existing Line 2 fixed block system, because ATC would be deferred.
And regarding the increase for storage facilities for the train, is there any money currently set aside by the city for that?
So there's currently not full funding for a Line 1 train maintenance storage facility, but we do have funding and plan for the Greenwood facility for Line 2, which is being modified to accommodate the new fleet.
Thank you. And the new trains that are supposed to run, for example, on the Scarborough subway, on the extension up to Steeles, how would that work if we didn't purchase these trains by Q1 2025?
So the way that the procurement was being structured was Metrolinx was to exercise an option off of the train procurement. If the train procurement doesn't go forward, then they do not have the ability to exercise a procurement option off of our base order. So they would need to identify another way of procuring trains, or there's a conversation about the opening of the lines.
So would that affect dramatically service on Scarborough subway extension that we are currently building?
The service plan would need to be a subject of conversation. As you see in the report, based on the current projections, we are signaling that you would need those trains on day 1, but that would obviously be monitored as we get closer and they finalize their opening date for the line.
Thank you. And is there any update as to how the discussions currently being led by the TTC are going on this topic with the federal and provincial governments?
So through the chair, we've been having active conversation for the better part of 2 years. They are at the table and we've been sharing information, and the reason for bringing forward this report in this level of detail was to ensure that there's full transparency of the issues if the train procurement doesn't proceed.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Moyes, 5 minutes, please.
Well, one of my questions was somewhat answered. But I'll ask it again anyway. So we've seen what happened with Line 3, and it's no longer in service. My question is, who is responsible for advocating for this funding? Other than the mayor, I mean, that's an easy go-to, but who's responsible for advocating for this funding? To Commissioner Osborne's point, this is so significant that it impacts so many people in the city of Toronto. This is an essential service, an essential line. Who is advocating for this funding?
So through the chair, we've been advocating through this board, the previous board chairs, the mayor's office, and within the CEO's office, we do a lot of work at the staff-to-staff level to advocate and to support the City of Toronto's intergovernmental relations function in advocating for funding for these trains. We've also made efforts to ensure that this need has been identified in every provincial federal budget submission that's been made, in addition to other ongoing advocacy efforts. But it's a continual process that requires support from many to make sure that it stays high on the agenda.
So should members of this board be like heading to Ottawa? Should we go into Queen's Park, speaking to our colleagues? Should the chair have a more direct role in this, since it is so imperative?
Through the chair, we would welcome the chair's involvement, this board's involvement in all advocacy efforts, and we could certainly as staff support that in any meetings that you want to have.
Is it worthwhile perhaps to have a subcommittee of this board to discuss this particular file? Again, it is so significant that it's worthy of our attention.
Through the chair, as staff, we would welcome any support from this board in advocacy efforts and would ensure that you have the information to carry that out, whether that's through a subcommittee or other measures.
Okay. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Any other questions? Go to second round. Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Line 1, TTC's Line 1, is the busiest subway route in Canada. Is that correct? Somebody know? I see Mark nodding.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Where does Line 2 rank on that list?
Through the chair, it is likely within the second or third. We don't know the numbers from Montreal's Orange Line, which is very busy as well.
Okay, I thought you might say that, but I didn't know the answer on that one before I asked the question. I think that's a relevant point, just because of how critical this is, a critical infrastructure piece in Canada. Okay, thank you for that. Next question. I was interested to see this sort of divergence on opinion between the number of trains that we thought we needed and that Metrolinx, I may have misread this, thought we needed, and the level of maintenance that was recommended. We felt we needed a full maintenance facility. Metrolinx seemed to think it was light maintenance, and I'm just wondering if you can shed some light on the divergence of opinion on that. Who I should be asking.
So through the chair, there isn't necessarily a divergence of opinion, just the early works on the Yonge North Subway extension. They are contemplating a lighter form train storage facility, but there's more work to be done. I don't know, Gary, if you have any further to add to that.
Through the chair on this one, Metrolinx, as part of their project, actually, it's not a maintenance facility, it's a storage facility at the end of the line. But when you take into consideration the Metrolinx trains and the future growth trains, that advocates for a new facility that needs to be built. Because our current facility at Wilson will not be able to store the amount of trains that we will require going forward. Hence, that's why we're trying to progress, a new facility on Line 1 for the increased storage and maintenance of the trains that we need to buy, for, like I said, for both growth and also for the Metrolinx extension.
And whose responsibility is that in the, like, I know we've got this sort of newer universe, that, well, not so new now, but where the province has assumed responsibility for building subways. Whose responsibility is it to pay for the storage and maintenance relating to those trains? Is that to TTC or is that the province?
So through the chair, the reason we have an intergovernmental ask on the new train maintenance storage facility is that it is a facility that would benefit the entirety of the line, and that's part of the request for why the province, we believe, should be putting forward a share. Of course, the scope of that and the location of that are still to be determined, but it's a key ask that we have, that it's a shared responsibility.
Okay. The last question I had, and again, I was just like understanding that Metrolinx is planning a fixed block signaling system for the Scarborough extension?
Through the chair, that's correct at this point in time. Again, they're just looking to protect their programme at this point in time. Again, we're working very, very closely with them, and again, it's all dependent on the procurement of these trains. and that will determine whether we can be able to put in ETC on the extension, or they will have to go with fixed block.
So assuming everything works out the way we would like it to, and that we get these trains ordered in good time, is it then safe to assume that the extension of Line 2 will have ATC signaling on it?
That's the intention that we would hope to drive forward by getting early approval to procure these trains.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Any other questions? I did have a few other follow-up questions. So we've been talking a lot about communications and particularly communicating to the public. What have we done to communicate to TTC riders just how dire this situation is if we don't receive that funding?
So through the chair, most of our communications have been through board reports and direct communications to officials at other orders of government. Perhaps there is more we could be doing to communicate more broadly to the public beyond just our typical board reports.
And is there a way to communicate this also, I think, to council? Because this has dire financial implications for the long-term financial viability of the city. If, that money that we have to set aside, we suddenly have to come up with an additional $900 million, and we're currently $1.5 billion in the hole.
So through the chair, through the annual budget process, we've been very clear about what is funded and what isn't funded, and we've identified this as a particular priority. So all our conversations with city staff, as well whatever review process we go through formally in the budget process, has been very clear about that. However, this level of detail has not been presented before.
Okay. And can you explain if we have been working with Metrolinx jointly on, have they been an active partner in helping us secure this funding because they need these trains as well?
So through the chair, we have certainly had many, many engagements with Metrolinx around what their plans would be in the event that this train procurement didn't go forward. I believe there's shared understanding of the importance of this, and we hope for their continued support as we advocate to their government to see a 1/3 share from them.
And the same question, but for York Region.
We've had quite a bit of engagement with the York Region Rapid Transit Corporation that has responsibility for coordination on the Yonge North Subway extension, and they are aware of this report before the board today and the critical needs for the entirety of Line 1 in the interest of the Yonge North Subway extension.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, we will now move on to speakers. Any speakers on the item? Vice Chair De Laurentiis, you have 5 minutes.
Joanne will do. That's a lot easier. Just listening to the questions that have been asked, really great questions, but I think they've also laid out the importance of this. And I'm wondering, this could be a motion, but since we have a meeting in a couple of weeks, if we could make it a motion if that is required. But I would say, the critical point here is to just get these facts out in a simple way. And we've known them, we've talked about this for a long time. So we've been aware of the importance of this. But sometimes we don't always communicate simply and clearly, plain language. So I guess I've been wondering in my mind whether we should create a fact sheet, to Councillor Moises' points about the lobbying that we could do. Maybe create a fact sheet, ask the team, TTC team, to think about what that would look like, a 2-pager, no bigger than that, and then bring it back to this board in a couple of weeks, and then let's think about what that communication should look like. Because I think, I've never seen a media report about this. I've never seen, a discussion. Not that I follow the questions in the House, but. It's under the radar, and so I think clearly our role here is to make sure it's above the radar. It's on the radar. Is that the right phrase? On the radar. That's it. So let's think about that. A fact sheet, 2-pager, and then let's get it out there, like, and repeat it once a week. Like, like not just once. So that's my comment.
No? Sorry, Commissioner Moyes, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, again, my line of questioning earlier is really about the advocacy of this, and to Deputy Chair De Laurentiis, we need to actually bring this to the surface, and I do feel that perhaps even the chair, should speak perhaps to the federal Minister of Transportation or provincial Minister of Transportation about this particular file. I don't think you need direction from this board, but I do feel that that's something that you should do, and the rest of us perhaps, just to get this again front and center, because it is important. And before we know it, I don't want to be in a situation where we had to take this line out of service like we did the Scarborough line earlier this year, and then we have to be reactive rather than proactive. So we see the pitfalls of this, and I do hope that this is not a one meeting item conversation, but it's ongoing. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Any other speakers on this item? No? Okay, I will speak on this item. First of all, thank you to Josie and the staff, Karen, who put this together. I think this is an excellent presentation, and I think it really lays very clearly just how dire the situation is. And I think it's really critical that we use our collective voices, our relationships, our voice to make sure that this message is heard loudly and clearly, not just to decision makers at Queen's Park and in Ottawa, but to our riders. I think if our riders knew, hey, if we don't get money in 3-4 months, your service will be significantly impacted going forward. And this might also impact your property taxes because this money will have to come from somewhere. I think if that message is communicated in a very simple and straightforward way, I think that would really resonate, and I think that would really help our case. To Commissioner Moyes' point, I will certainly be taking the opportunities in the meetings that I have scheduled with various MPs and MPPs to raise this issue in a consistent manner, and I would very much appreciate having that two-pager to bring with me to these meetings to just make sure that it's very clear and simple and straightforward in terms of why this is so key. So again, thank you to the staff for putting this together. And I will now make a motion. Is anybody making any motions? No? Okay. So I will now make a motion to adopt the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. So it's just about 1 o'clock. So I think we should break until 2, and we can come back and deal with the rest of the agenda. Just to clarify, we will be in room, we'll be here? Oh, so we'll be here when we come back for lunch. Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn or recess? Sorry. It's up to you. I have my lunch upstairs. I'm not going far. 1:30. 1:30? Is that okay with everybody? Okay, 1:30. Thank you. We're going to start in 1 minute. If everyone could take their seats, please. Yeah. I should have just said we're starting now. Okay. Okay. So we are now on item 6, transit network expansion update, and we have a speaker on this item, Alan Yule. Please go ahead. Alan, you have 5 minutes.
Just waiting for my screen to come up.
Sure.
This report includes a list of the city's priority expansion projects. These include the Waterfront East LRT, the Eglinton East LRT, Rapid TO, BRT, and Surface Transit Priority Measures, the Durham-Scarborough BRT, and multi-regional Dundas BRT. I only have 5 minutes, so I won't speak to all of these. Mr. Chair and politicians on the board, you have a unique definition when it comes to the word priority. This project was started in 2009. Check your phones, it's 2023. The original EA expired for this project expired 3 years ago. Environmental assessments have longer shelf life than milk does, but because we did nothing for so long, the EA still expired. This project includes a connection to King Street via the Distillery District. This will connect the Waterfront LRT line to Line 3 at Corktown Station. But because the city dragged its heels on this TTC project for 14 years now, Waterfront Toronto will plant the dedicated transit line as a meadow. Again, because the TTC didn't move in 14 years to the construction phase of this project. So instead of a dedicated streetcar bridge and like actual higher order transit in this space, for the rest of the decade, we will have a multi-million-dollar plant stand. What worries me most about this plan is the Here Be Dragon zone of the map. 10 years after we first started looking at the Waterfront LRT, the dude from Etobicoke announced the Ontario line. On your way here, you may have noticed it's already under construction. The Waterfront LRT, less so. The East Harbour Station will be one of the busiest transit hubs in the province. Where are the plans to connect this station to the Waterfront LRT or the rest of our streetcar network? Page 11 of this report refers to the Eglinton East LRT extension. This line is referred to in the report as line 5, but that's a typo, it's actually line 7. There will be 3 separate platforms at Kennedy for these 3 TTC-operated lines. Again, this is a redo of an even older EA. This then shovel-ready project was canceled in 2010. This project has been on hold for 4 mayors and 7 TTC chairs. At the September meeting, I talked to you about a meeting that would last for 73 seconds. I have a plan to get Line 7 funded and construction started soon. I realize after only 2 meetings and 5 reputations, you know little about me besides my fashion sense. For a dozen or so years, I have brought some unorthodox ideas to the board. Many of these have become part of the TTC. I am 95% positive I can get us on a path getting to Line 7 funded. So the question is, do you want Line 7 in transit in Scarborough in your political lifetime or the lifetime of your children? The choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, I'll bite. What's your plan to get Line 7 funded?
Because it's a negotiation thing, I think it's better to talk it offline, about it offline. But again, 73 seconds.
Okay. Happy to reach out to you. Thank you for coming in, Alan. I think that's the only, yes. Okay. So that concludes the deputations on this item. Let's move to questions from board members. Seeing none, are there any speakers on this item? Seeing no speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Commissioner Osborne, all those in favor? Items adopted. On to item 7. We are now on item 7, Bloor-Young capacity improvement. Sorry, 8. Bloor-Young capacity improvement, third-party construction coordination, and we have a speaker on this item. Adam Cahoon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Adam, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I know it may seem a little weird for me to be deputing on this item, but the main reason why I am deputing on this item is because many years ago when I was on ACAT and there was all the talk about putting in a redundant elevator between the two lines, we were always told we had to wait till there was time for renovations of these centers, which is now here for even penciling in the redundant elevator between the two lines. There's already one elevator, but because it is a busy station, and as you know in the news, when one elevator is out, it may be an inconvenience for some, but it can be a total barrier for us using that station when the elevator is out between the Bloor line and the Young line. There's already redundancies in that station to a few of the buildings from the Young subway line. But I am asking that when you are looking into this, that the board look into the possibility of at least having everything ready for doing that. And also, when you guys are talking about crowding and stuff, I think it is also needed that the provision to, maybe it won't be put in yet, but the provision for platform edge barriers also be looked at when doing the procurement. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Okay, that concludes deputations on this item. Let's move to questions from board members. There is a confidential attachment on this report. Does anyone have any public questions? No? Okay, I have one question. Just to follow up on the deputant, as part of the Bloor-Young capacity improvement, are we putting in a second elevator? And are we also putting in barriers?
Yeah. Through the chair, I can confirm that every platform will have at least 2 elevators to every platform. So there is multiple paths right through the station. So it's a minimum on both platforms, on both lines. With respect to platform edge doors, part of the current design is that we are including platform edge doors on line 1 at this point in 2, and we will be enabling for the platform edge doors on line 2. That will then be, because the only reason we're saying we're enabling just now is because you need ATC to put the platform edge doors in. So they will be enabled, so when ATC goes in, then we'll be able to go back and retrofit platform edge doors on line 2 at that platforms at that point in time.
Great, thank you so much, Gary. Any further questions? Any speakers on this item? No, seeing no speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Moved by Vice Chair De Laurentiis. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So next we will go to our presentations from the Auditor General. So we'll give the Auditor General a bit of time. Can we have staff's report on the streetcar item? Staff's presentation, sorry, on the streetcar item? We are on 17. Yep.
Okay, I'm up again. So good afternoon, I'm Fort Monaco, Operations and Infrastructure Chief, and along with the Head of Streetcar Infrastructure, Peter Horvat, who joins me online. Just like to take a few moments today to speak to the board about some of the things that the overhead section has done and undertaken to modernize its business practices in an attempt to increase the overall reliability of the overhead infrastructure with the aim of improving the streetcar customer experience. I would like to start with expressing my gratitude to the Attorney General's team for their hard work and dedication to the streetcar overheads operations. I feel it is safe to say that the recommendations put forth by the City AG's office have affirmed that the path that the overhead group has been on over the last several years is in fact the correct one. Next slide, please. This presentation aims to outline to the board how the overhead section is completely revamping its asset database as we have evolved from a pole-based hardware system into a pantograph-based one as part of the new low-floor streetcars, and how we strive to align our practices and technologies with industry best practices throughout the asset database transition. Next slide. So this journey began several years ago with the order of the low-floor vehicles, which were ordered in 2009, and the first one launched in 2014. The new low floors offer the following notable enhancements for the improved customer experience. They're accessible, they have air conditioning, they have boarding at all doors, and there's no more trolley pole dewirements, obviously leading to a lot less service delays. These new vehicles have required that the TTC transition from a trolley pole-based catenary system to a pantograph overhead contact system. And as a result, the overhead asset database has been in a constant state of flux as we transition to the industry standard pantograph overhead contact system. The above images demonstrate the transition of the overall asset database from a pole to a hybrid to a pantograph, along with the features of each of the technologies and systems in the past 3 to 5 years. So why was the transition necessary? Upon ordering the low-floor vehicles, a decision was made to attempt to offer the flexibility to operate on both the pole and pantograph on all lines, thus the advent of the hybrid hardware, albeit only on a temporary basis. One thing to note is that the hybrid system is maintenance heavy, as it has assets associated with both pole and pantograph modes of operation. I'm happy to report, though, that as of May 2023, the overhead section's work has allowed every streetcar to operate on pantograph throughout the entire network, meaning that there are no more poles-only routes out there. However, the network still has approximately 30 to 35% of its asset as the hybrid type. that need to be removed over the coming years, requiring continued refresh and update of the overhead asset database. The refresh and update of our asset database continues to be a work in progress. Next slide, please. Another significant aspect of our ongoing work was the establishment of a cross-functional, multidisciplinary team that included the overhead, transit control center, and streetcar transportation divisions in 2021, when we noticed an operational problem surrounding ADDs. For those who don't know what an ADD is, it's an automatic drop-down, or what some folks call a pantry drop, which basically leads to a disruptive delay. This is a feature included in new vehicles that automatically lowers the pantograph shoe if it encounters an obstruction or a gap in the wire. This feature is utilized in order to help keep the pantograph shoe from becoming entangled in the overhead infrastructure and to save the pantograph from further damage. Contributing factors of these ADDs...
Can you just speak up just a bit louder, please?
I'll try, yeah, sure. Contributing factors of these ADDs come from third-party damage to the overhead, vehicle deficiencies, or operator errors. As a result, this team was created to develop a collaborative determination on the root cause of the ADDs so that the correct department can address the deficiency accordingly. ADDs lead to very disruptive service incidents since they result in the incident car being put out of service and needing to be towed back to the yard, with service only resuming once the overhead infrastructure has been inspected and cleared by the emergency overhead crew. The team has been instrumental in addressing and reducing ADDs by 25% over the past 2 years. As noted in the AG report and on our management action plan, the intention is now to extend this cross-functional review to any and all track streetcar incidents, track switch streetcar incidents, given the numbers of incidents and impacts on service. Next slide, please. Our streetcars have come a long way, and as part of that journey, and as mentioned, our overhead asset database has required a complete revamp. This database revamp has allowed us to review our business practices proactively, and here are some of the actions we commenced over the past 2 to 3 years. Firstly, in 2020, we onboarded a consultant asset management specialist to work with the former infrastructure and engineering team, which included the overhead section, to enhance our asset management knowledge. Identify our asset management champions, highlight our gaps via self-assessment, along with a high-level review of our Maximo technology. This is work that has now been assumed by the enterprise through an external consultant and a dedicated head of the Toronto Transit Commission EAM, or Enterprise Asset Management Program. As part of this preliminary review, we have recently added dedicated asset management planners into each of our infrastructure divisions, along with additional overhead-specific engineering technologist positions to leverage available technologies, work collaboratively with external agents and industry partners, and continue to enhance our asset management practices. As we transition from a hybrid to pantograph hardware, the TTC hired an external consultant to commence the development of a pantograph asset management manual containing standards and best practices. This involves ongoing discussions with peers and industry technical committees. As mentioned in the AG report, the TTC is reviewing the current draft maintenance standard for full implementation in the coming years once TTC asset performance and reliability details are finalized within the current climate as asset performance history is developed. Next slide, please. The Operations and Infrastructure Division of the TTC is attempting to evolve our practices so we develop a proactive mindset to maintenance rather than a reactive approach. In keeping with that proactive mindset, the overhead has actively commenced trialing automated inspection and real-time monitoring devices. Moving to a fully pantograph system affords us the opportunity to take advantage of new technologies that had not been previously available. Specifically, the use of automated inspection technologies and real-time health monitoring will allow us to better define maintenance schedules as well as to predict end-of-life replacement cycles based on a more granular factual asset condition assessment. It can also quickly identify any system issues such as twisted, worn, or misaligned trolley wire. This system was piloted earlier this fall and was also used to enhance the commissioning activities for the recent overhead work on the Queensway and Lakeshore from Roncesvalles to Long Branch Loop, where the technology had identified a twisted wire as part of the commissioning process, allowing us the opportunity to address the issue proactively before any actual failure occurred, rather than relying on the traditional inspection process. Next slide, please. Lastly, I would like to delve into the core of our commitment to excellence, which is our active involvement in standards and benchmarking committees. This engagement extends across prominent organizations such as the IEEE, GOAL, BOLTS, APTA, NRC, TRACS, and UITP via participation in all of these conferences and committees. Active participation in committees has directly contributed to the ongoing safety improvements for our workforce, including the implementation of arc flash clothing, tailored overhead training programs for our apprentices and qualified line persons, and direct input into Ontario Health and Safety Act standards and Ministry of Labor guidelines. Our active involvement in these committees has led us to modernize information gathering through platforms like Google Docs, which not only streamlines data collection, but also enhances collaboration and accessibility to information across the organization. To stay at the forefront of industry standards, our participation in benchmarking committees has driven the adoption of automatic inspection technologies, allowing us to work on improving the accuracy and efficiencies of our inspections with the aim of increasing the overall reliability and safety of our operations. We have also commenced integrating GIS mapping, which is integrated geographical information system mapping, into our operations as a direct result of our participation in the aforementioned committees. The mapping aligns seamlessly with our Maximal Asset Management system and is integrated with Google Maps, allowing us to enhance our ability to manage and maintain assets more effectively. The active involvement in standards and benchmarking committees has far-reaching benefits, from enhancing safety measures for our workforce to embracing modern technology and ensuring the accuracy of inspections. And these initiatives underscore our commitment to excellence and continuous improvement, all things that are well underway. Next slide. So in conclusion, we thank the AG again for their great work and will act on their recommendations, while also utilizing their work as a confirmation that the TTC Overhead Group is on its way to improving its overall asset reliability, along with modernizing its business. We have started, but we also acknowledge that there is more to do. As witnessed over the past 3 or 4 years, the Overhead Group has been in the midst of a complete overhaul of its asset database, with some very positive results on the ADD failure side due to cross-collaboration across many departments at the TTC. We have proactively created and onboarded key positions that will enhance our business practices and asset management skill set as an enterprise asset management approach and strategy is developing. It's committed to investing in key technologies to develop a proactive rather than a reactive mindset to asset maintenance. It sits on and participates with several committees to ensure alignment with industry best practices. That concludes this brief presentation to the board. Thank you for your attention. Myself and Peter are happy to take questions on anything presented here.
Thank you, Fort. We will now go straight to the Auditor General and her team's presentation. Apologies, we took a shorter lunch break than expected.
No worries. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So we're actually going to start off by sharing our video, which summarizes our key findings of our audit report on TTC streetcar overhead assets.
The TTC's streetcar overhead operations is responsible for the ongoing maintenance and repairs of the overhead contact system that powers the streetcars. Failures to the system can result in service disruptions and delays, as well as risks to public safety. Streetcar overhead operations maintenance program consists of both preventative and reactive maintenance. Preventative maintenance includes inspections and corrective maintenance and repairs before there is a failure or breakdown of the assets. Reactive maintenance consists of emergency maintenance and repairs after there is an unexpected malfunction, failure, or damage to the assets. This audit assessed whether TTC's streetcar overhead operations supports safe and reliable streetcar services. For our first objective, to assess streetcar overhead operations maintenance and repair activities, we found that untimely, missed, or incomplete preventative inspections and corrective maintenance work may have contributed to some service delays in 2022. Root cause investigations were not completed for all asset failures and service delays, which is critical to prevent similar asset failures in the future. Streetcar overhead operations did not always meet its preventative inspection annual targets. Corrective maintenance was not always performed or not in a timely manner. When performed, it took an average of 5 weeks to complete. Not performing preventative inspections and corrective maintenance in a timely manner increases the risk of asset failures and service delays. For our second objective, to assess the TTC's use of data and technology, we found that streetcar overhead operations is not fully leveraging its enterprise asset and workflow management system, resulting in inefficient, manual, and paper-driven processes. For our third objective, to assess the TTC's policies, procedures, and performance reporting, we found the need for TTC to strengthen and formalize its maintenance and inspection manuals and standards. This will help address the variability in how preventative inspections are performed and documented. Implementing the 20 recommendations contained in this report will help the TTC improve the efficiency and effectiveness of its streetcar overhead maintenance program by strengthening their asset and workflow management, leveraging technology and data, and enhancing their policies and procedures. To find out more, visit toronto.ca/audit.
We're now going to present a bit more detail from our audit report on TTC streetcar overhead assets in our presentation. My Assistant Auditor General, Ariane Chan, will be assisting with the presentation. And I'd also like to acknowledge our team members, Claire Pastor, Senior Audit Manager, Aditi Patish, Audit Manager, and Elaine Liu, Audit Manager. So a big thank you to my team for their excellent work on this audit. Thank you as well to the TTC management and staff for their cooperation and assistance on this audit. There were many staff that helped us, but in particular, I'd like to thank Fort Monaco, Peter Horvat, Peter Giaramonti, Arul Baskar, Clavisi Berberi, and of course, Chrisanne Finnerty for helping us with the board materials. Big thank you. Next slide, please. So we'll first go through why this audit matters and remind you of our audit objectives before getting into a bit more detail on our key audit findings, followed by our recommendations and a summary for going forward. When we were doing our planning of TTC streetcars, we considered several different areas for our audit scope. And based on our risk assessment, we selected the overhead operations of TTC's infrastructure department for streetcars. An effective streetcar overhead maintenance and repair program plays a vital role in preventing and addressing unexpected asset failures and service disruptions and delays. In turn, it also helps to minimize public safety risk from exposure to the 600 volts of direct current live wires that make up the electrical overhead contact system that powers the streetcars. Also, just to note that we may examine other areas of TTC streetcars in the future. In my 2024 work plan, we've got an audit planned on TTC workforce planning and management, which will include streetcar operators, and we'll start that audit in early 2024. Next slide, please. So this audit aimed to answer the following questions to assess whether TTC's streetcar overhead operations support safe and reliable streetcar operations. So there's the three main areas. Oh, sorry, it's on the next slide, the audit objectives. So the three main areas, the first is around the maintenance and repair activities, the second is on leveraging the use of data and technology, and the third on policies, procedures, and key performance indicators. Next slide, please. So we'll now go through our key audit findings and recommendations, which we've grouped into these 5 categories. A, minimizing the risk of asset failures through effective preventative inspections, corrective maintenance, and investigations. B, performing and documenting preventative inspections in a consistent manner. C, strengthening corrective maintenance and repairs. D, leveraging technology to improve streetcar overhead operations. And lastly, E, enhancing data collection and performance reporting. I'm now going to pass it over to Ariane to walk through some detailed examples for Section A and our key findings for Sections B and C.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General. If we can have the next slide, please. So for this first section of our key findings, we found that untimely, missed, or incomplete preventive inspections and corrective maintenance work may have contributed to some service delays in 2022. I'll now go over 3 examples to illustrate the impact and importance of overhead operations, preventive inspections, and corrective maintenance. Our first example shows the importance of timely preventive inspections. On January 14, 2022, a service delay occurred at King Street West and Shaw Street. The delay was due to a worn contact wire and a worn frog, which is a hardware component in the overhead contact system that allows the streetcar to travel seamlessly through connecting or diverging overhead contact wire. According to the maintenance schedule, the preventive inspection of this intersection, which included the specific asset that failed, should be completed once a year. But no preventive inspection was performed in 2021. This missed inspection contributed to the service delay, as it could have identified the worn assets had the inspection been performed. Next slide, please. The second example shows the importance of performing complete preventive inspections. Before I get into this example, I want to explain what's a job plan. When performing an inspection, crews use a job plan that identify what assets and specific attributes of the assets need to be inspected and reported on. So in this example, on December 30th, 2020, a service delay occurred at Dundas Street West and Lansdowne Avenue due to a fire to the roof of the streetcar. There were multiple root causes of this incident, with one of the contributing factors being a failure in the cotter pin, which is a metal fastener used to assemble the overhead contact system. Further investigation into the root cause determined that the preventive inspection job plans did not specifically include inspecting the cotter pins. They were therefore not inspected. Overhead operations indicated that they will be adding an inspection of the cotter pins to the preventive inspection job plans. This example illustrates the importance of job plans to be complete and accurate. Next slide, please. The third example shows the importance of timely corrective maintenance. On August 18, 2022, a service delay occurred at Queen Street East and Church Street. The emergency crew found a defect in one of the combined frog and glider combination units, which was one of the hardware components located throughout the overhead network. Approximately 10 weeks prior to this incident, on June 10, 2022, a preventive inspection was performed on this intersection, where a crew identified and reported problems with the same asset that contributed to the asset failure. After the preventive inspection, a corrective maintenance work order was created on June 14, 2022. However, the work order was still outstanding at the time of the service delay incident, which was over 2 months since the preventive inspection. If the corrective maintenance and repairs identified in the June 10, 2022 preventative inspection were prioritized and completed in a timely manner, this service delay likely could have been prevented. Next slide, please. This next section relates to preventive inspection activities. Our audit found that the annual preventative inspection targets were not met for 48% of the assets we sampled. For example, an intersection had an annual target of 2 inspections, but only 1 inspection was performed in 2022. In addition, preventive inspections should be scheduled and completed at specified time intervals in order to optimize the effectiveness of the inspections and the use of time and resources. What this means is that if an asset has an annual target of 2 inspections per year, they should be performed every 6 months. However, our audit found that inspections were not completed at the specified time intervals. For example, one asset should have inspections every 3 months, but we found that 2 of the inspections were performed only 26 days apart. Next slide, please. We also noted variability in the performance and documentation of preventive inspections. For example, shown here are 2 inspections of the same asset performed 16 days apart on March 2nd and March 18. First, the green box and arrow outline one variability that we noted regarding how crews perform overhead wire measurements. The inspection on the left on March 2nd shows that the wire measurement was taken from under the wire fitting at 5.5 mm, while the inspection on the right, just 16 days later, showed that the entire wire was measured at 12 mm. Then the blue blocks and arrows illustrate a second inconsistency in documented observations and measurements. The crew on March 2nd recorded the measurement for activity task number 50 of the job plan, while the crew on March 18 left this activity task blank. This inconsistency makes it difficult for TTC to use the inspection results to perform meaningful data and trend analysis and to monitor the condition of the assets. Next slide, please. This next section outlines how corrective maintenance and repairs can be strengthened. We found that there was a lack of policies, procedures, and criteria for identifying and prioritizing corrective maintenance and repairs. From our testing, we found that 58% of sampled inspections with issues identified did not have corrective maintenance performed. For example, this slide shows an extract of the November 2022 preventive inspection for a specific dialed asset. However, through our review of the paper corrective maintenance work orders, as well as Maximo's system records, we did not find any record of corrective maintenance work performed to address the issue noted in the November 2022 preventive inspection. The only work order record after this inspection was another preventive inspection in May 2023. Next slide, please. We also noted that when corrective maintenance was performed, the average time to complete the work was 5 weeks after the issue was identified through preventive inspections. The two tables on this slide shows the results of our testing to assess the timeliness of the corrective maintenance process. Our audit found that it took an average of 2 weeks for the corrective maintenance work order to be generated after the inspection was completed. And then on average, it took another 3 weeks between when the corrective maintenance work order was generated and when the work was completed. I will now pass it back to Madame Auditor General to discuss the last two key findings.
Thank you, Ariane. Next slide, please. So this section of our key findings relates to the use of technology. Currently, overhead operations is underutilizing Maximo, an asset and workflow management system implemented by TTC in the early 2000s. This has resulted in a primarily manual and paper-driven process. Optimizing Maximo's capabilities will not only reduce inefficient manual processes, but as you can see from this slide, it will also improve the monitoring of work orders, so that's addressing a number of the findings that we've just outlined, and facilitate data collection and analytics that will support TTC's continuous improvement initiatives. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current manual process. So as you can likely see, one of the benefits from leveraging the technology will be the efficiency savings in automating this process. Next slide, please. The final section of our key findings is about enhancing overhead operations data collection and performance reporting by adding more outcome-focused KPI metrics that assess the timeliness and quality of the maintenance and repair activities. As previously mentioned, since we found that inspection targets are not always met, as well as the timeliness concerns for corrective maintenance, KPIs that monitor the timeliness of maintenance and repair activities would be useful for management. We also noted recurring corrective and emergency maintenance work for the same asset. Therefore, KPIs that monitor the quality of maintenance and repair activities would also be helpful. Lastly, both KPIs and their targets should be clearly defined and be supported by accurate and complete data. For example, during our audit, we were unable to reconcile the reported number of preventative inspections, corrective maintenance, and emergency maintenance work orders back to the paper records of these activities, and you'll note the scope limitation in the methodology of our report. It's important that the KPIs be supported with accurate and complete data, particularly when management is making decisions based on these KPIs and trends. Next slide, please. So we've made 20 recommendations in our report, and management has agreed to all of these recommendations, and these will help the streetcar overhead maintenance and repair program to be fully effective and efficient by strengthening their asset and workflow management, leveraging technology and data, and enhancing policies and procedures. Next slide, please. So in these next two slides, I've just summarized our key recommendations to show that although implementing the technology will of course take a longer time period, there are actions that can be taken in the short to medium term. So as I've outlined on this slide, they include updating and formalizing the manual, policies and procedures, and providing training and oversight to staff. Second, to strengthen the controls to improve planning, scheduling, and tracking of the inspections and corrective maintenance and repairs. Third, collecting the data and performing root cause analyses and investigations of all asset failures and service delays. And lastly, improving the KPIs to be outcome-based, supported by complete and accurate data. Next slide, please. So this slide is about implementing the Maximo IT system and just pointing out that there are also some actions related to the technology that can be done in the short to medium term, such as developing the comprehensive implementation plan for Maximo and reviewing and updating overhead operations, asset inventory, and job plans and activity tasks in Maximo to make sure they're up to date. And then, of course, in the longer term, prior to the go live implementation of Maximo, making sure that staff are fully trained and that users' needs are met. And then finally, developing and implementing a process using Maximo to track the real-time status of work orders and using the data analytics. Next slide, please. So again, I'd just like to thank TTC management and staff for all of their assistance during this audit. It was very much appreciated. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your time today. I will now answer any questions you might have.
Auditor General, does anybody have any questions? No? Vice Chair Laurentis.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. I think that very well done, and it gives us some great insight into what we have to do. I'm curious about the Maximo program, the optimizing of that. It seemed like we had you know, a technology in place that would have in fact done a lot of the work that would have been done manually. What? Maybe a two-part question, one to you, to the Auditor General, and then the other to Fort. Did you find that it just wasn't, was it because of lack of training in utilizing it to maximize it, or other reasons? And then Fort, like, why wouldn't we have used it more effectively?
So perhaps I'll start off and then pass it over to management. So through the chair, just to note that other areas of TTC streetcars do fully utilize Maximo. So both the vehicles area and I believe it's Streetcar Way fully utilizes Maximo. So there is the capability, that's the base capability that's in place there. But currently it's being used just to print the work orders. I think some staff also commented that they have not received the full training. And so I'll pass it over to Fort for the remainder of the answer.
Sure, through the chair. So as the Auditor General noted, each of the divisions has implemented Maximo, but unfortunately they've done it in a kind of a siloed format. So the overhead has only really used it as a work order system. And it's a work order system that is very manually driven. And so the downside of operating it in silos is certain folks will make a little bit more progress than others. And so overhead, they really didn't evolve from the 2010 model because I guess the focus of the attention was on some of the other groups and trying to bring some of the other groups onto the Maximo platform, if you will, but again, strictly as a work order management system. So the overhead, I guess, unfortunately, if I'm being completely frank with you, was left behind. Once they implemented it, they used it as a work order clearing system. And then frankly as well, in hindsight, the overhead really likely needed more attention than the other groups because, as per my presentation, they were going through a complete total revamp of their asset database as we introduced the Panto streetcar.
Quick follow-up on that. Thanks for that. And also, you know, these technology trackers and monitors are really evolving pretty quickly. So would you be having discussions with the providers of the, what did you call them?
The real-time monitor? The pantograph?
Pantograph?
Yeah.
That sounds like an artistic.
It's a nice name.
It does look nice. Would you be having discussions with them to say, can they build it in so that then you get that data and then you automatically could put it into a work order? Is that a discussion?
Through the chair, yes, we think that real-time monitoring is really the way you go to the proactive route. Leveraging Maximo is a good thing, but it still very much is on the visual inspection front. It's just that you're a lot more focused and a little bit more scheduled. But the real-time monitoring finds you the problem before it actually becomes a problem. So yes, absolutely. And then, of course, we would look at sometime wanting to leverage or combine that technology along with our Maximo system.
Good. Well, I certainly, I think, encourage you to explore all of those because it does create a level of efficiency, but more important, there are real benefits to the safety side, aren't there?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And thanks again to the Auditor General. I think these are important reviews because they do highlight where we should be paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Moyes, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just for my own clarification, and you probably asked a question, but maybe I just need to understand it better. So the Auditor General's report focused a lot on the fraud, let's call it that, right? And there was gaps in inspection for whatever reason. I don't know if it's staffing or funding or whatever the case may be. But according to the presentation by the TTC staff, we've gone from a hybrid model to the what do you call it, the pantograph. So based on my limited knowledge, if we're going to the pantograph model, then wouldn't that then deal with the fraud issue that we're having?
Okay. Through the chair. So the frog, I think, was used as a, so the frog is part of the hybrid or full type hardware. But the point, I think there, Commissioner, is that that just highlights how we're in 3 islands. We're on the Maximo world, we're in the Excel world, and we're in the work order manual world. So the work order systems and all your systems in terms of management are on the Maximo side. Excel drives the schedule, and then the technicians fill out the paperwork. But as you can tell, it's not all in alignment, right? So a case in point is we can say that we maintain our assets annually, but if I do an inspection in January of 1 year, and then I don't do it again until December the following year, I technically meet that criteria because it's once a year, but I'm 23 months out of range. So the idea would be to kind of leverage all that so that the technology, so move that Excel scheduling into Maximo. So that'll allow the technology to tell you exactly when you should be inspecting this particular asset, rather than leaving it to the human who does that check of that Excel database. Does that make sense?
It does. But a follow-up as well is though that why was there a gap in the system? Is it because there's some instances where the inspection did not take place? So my question is though, was it because are you short-staffed? Do you require more funding? Like why is there a gap?
So to the chair, I'll try to answer that and say a couple of things. I think number one, as per Chair De Laurentiis' original question, we never, in hindsight, we probably should put overhead to the front of the queue in terms of leveraging that technology. So we took the Excel part out of it and moved it all towards Maximo. Number two, I think, frankly, and one of the things that came out of the recommendations of the AG is also to have a better quality assurance. So we have an engineering technologist now that as we transition from the manual to the technological, we also have that view along with the asset planner. So to answer your question, I think technology-wise, we probably should have put overhead to the forefront, understanding the revamp of their asset database that we're going through. But we now have staffing to be able to do those QA checks to make sure that if we say we're going to do something every 12 months, not every year, that we're actually doing it every 12 months. There's a difference between doing something every year and doing it every 12 months.
Okay. Here.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Bort, I have essentially the same question. I understand that the Maximo system gives you a way forward. What I don't understand is why things were so bad and what that tells us about the system as a whole. This was an audit of a very particular, important, a small part of your system. Does it give us how good a window is it into maintenance in the system as a whole?
Through the chair, so I think those are fair and valid questions. I think we are definitely a lot better now than we were 12 months ago. I will say that one of the things that we're actually working on and we've gotten a lot better on is just capturing our assets. So as we were transitioning from full to hybrid, the pantograph, our asset database was consistently evolving, and we just weren't able to catch up. So as we were taking out stuff, putting new stuff in, we weren't nimble enough to be able to update our asset database. If your asset database is not up to date, and you don't have the technology to drive that, then there's a very real possibility, especially with the manual size system, that you will miss asset data.
Are there any other parts of the system relevant to customer safety that are still on manual maintenance systems?
So through the chair, so the system is still very much on the manual. But one thing I can tell you that gives me a lot of assurance is that we've got eyes on task with an engineering technologist who's responsible for doing this as we try to leverage maximum, but we've also got an asset management planner that's on board to ensure that, you know, even as we remain on, or as we transition to technology and leave the manual behind us, it will help us get there, but also we'll continuously making sure that we're high on path. So if we're saying we're going to do something quarterly, we actually do it quarterly. We don't do it 60 days apart.
Commissioner Sacks, can you use your microphone?
So if the Auditor General were to look at other parts of your maintenance system, would they come back with the same general flavor or results for any other part of your system, and if so, which part?
So through the chair, if you were to ask me about the overhead, I'd say more than likely. If you're looking at 21 numbers and 22 numbers, more than likely you will see the same. If you are going to Streetcar Way, for example, Streetcar Way is a lot more in tune with technology. They've got a much better accurate asset database. I would say Streetcar Way you would not get these results.
Okay. Are there any other parts of your system that, as we are today, have these large preventative maintenance gaps?
There are parts of our system. We have 19 or 20 different maintenance divisions, and they're all at different levels of maturation as it comes to asset management. So there are likely other groups that, if you go back in 21 and 22 or before that, you would find you could be able to find the same result.
Ford, I'm not asking about past years. I'm asking about right now. So right now, which is the worst, the furthest behind? Which group is the furthest behind in terms of preventative maintenance?
Well, I would say overhead would probably be the one from a utilization standpoint that would probably be the one that would be at or near the bottom as it comes to utilizing an entirely manual system.
I don't care what system they use. My question is, in terms of getting the preventative maintenance done on time, how are we right now? If overhead is the worst, how much better are we right now than the situation described in the auditor's report?
So I would say, through the chair, I would say we are better now, but there's still work to be done to get us where we need to get.
When will you be at a state of preventative maintenance for the overhead system that is generally in good repair?
I would, through the chair, I would say if you give us till the end of Q2 of 2024, we'll have made some significant strides because we've got the QA process in place and we've got the asset management plan in place.
All right, are you planning to come back to us then in 6 months and give us an update to show us what the status is?
Through the chair, I'd be happy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. Any other questions? No? Okay. I have a few. So just kind of picking up on where Commissioner Sacks was going about sort of what would be the worst state of the line. Just reading this report, my mind immediately went to line 3. Were there similar issues in line 3 about preventative work orders not being done, we weren't following up, and just sort of similar issues in line 3, which I assume would be even less of a priority because it was going to be decommissioned.
So through you, Chair, yes. You would say you would find a lot of the similar things, particularly with line 3, the subway track team had transitioned from a MOAS defect database to Maximo just very recently.
And are we confident that those maintenance issues in line 3 didn't have something to do or weren't part of the cause of the derailment?
I'm confident of that. Through you, Chair, yes, I'm confident that there was no shortcomings that were available to us or that we could have prevented the derailment on the SRT.
Thank you. And so, you know, Commissioner Sachs had said, and you had responded in 6 months we'll be prepared. Who is in charge of making sure this stays on time, and who's in charge of making sure that we're actually doing the follow-up and making sure that the correct people are in position so that when we do a secondary report, or hopefully when we do a secondary report, it will come back much more positive?
So through you, Chair, that is the responsibility of my office. We've set up we've put together a Gantt chart that basically shows everything that we need to do, everything that we've committed to do as part of this management response, and we're going to be meeting monthly.
And does your office have the resources that it needs to execute on that timeline?
Through you, Chair, we believe we do, simply from the standpoint that we've got someone dedicated to overseeing it from my office. We've got the support of the head of the department, and as I mentioned, we've got the aforementioned engineering technologist and asset management planner that we recently onboarded.
And who's that person who's dedicated from your office?
Clavisa Berberi.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Are there any speakers on this item? Okay. Any speakers? Any other speakers? No?
I can give you a hint. I want him to come back in 6 months and give us a report.
Does anybody have any questions of the mover? Vice Chair Durantes?
Maybe not so much a question of the mover, but maybe a collective question. It's the, you know, at the bottom of all this is it's a risk issue, and I just wonder whether we should be directing audit, and we have risk in there, it's audit and finance. And risk too? Yeah, whether it wouldn't be useful to have that group take a look at it, really, you know, bore down into it, because when it comes here, you know, we just given the amount of time we can spend on it, it's, you know, it's really touched the surface. So whether we have it sent there and then have a report come back here with a little more detail around it, is that helpful? If it's.
I mean, my reaction is if I'm listening to Fort's presentation correctly, he's saying he doesn't need further direction, he doesn't even need further resources, he just needs 6 more months, he's on it. So what I would think, Vice Chair, is that we should let him try, and if they come back in 6 months and it's good, then we can go on to other things. And if it's not good in 6 months, then I think we ask a committee to bear down.
Yeah, I agree, and I would say that when it does go to audit, finance, and risk, that it should go with a remediation plan. Sort of where is it, what's the plan? And I really would encourage, because the whole area of monitoring, asset management, monitoring, and assessment, the technology is moving so quickly in this area that it would be really, you know, we should encourage that as a board. We should encourage Fort to really look into that and then make that part of his report, information that he brings to audit, finance, and risk, and then get a summary back here, because it's really, I think it's going to revolutionize the way we can manage assets. The technology will. It's doing it already.
You ready? Okay, yes. Do you have the motion? I mean, I think put my motion up is just in, see if there's a question. Think it's coming? Sorry, your question? That's fine, I don't mind. You'd prefer to have it go to audit committee first? Okay, fine, that's fine.
Sorry, just a point of order. I'm not sure when the next meeting is, just if we're talking about a 6-month horizon. We just had a meeting last week.
When is the next meeting?
I don't know.
March 1st.
It's every quarter.
Through the chair, there is an audit committee meeting each quarter, and there is one planned in June.
So fresh. Yeah.
Could you read it out? Sorry, I can't see that far.
It says, direct staff to report to the Audit and Risk Management Committee by the end of Q2 of 2024 on the state of preventative maintenance for the overhead system, and that the report include a remediation plan, if, I would say, if needed.
Mayor, it's Ron Lalonde. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but perhaps I could speak to this item as well.
Yes, Ron, do you want to speak on it, or did you want to ask questions of the mover?
No, I just wanted to speak, please.
Okay, sure.
I thought it would be helpful to point out that the Audit and Risk Management Committee did actually review this report from the Auditor General. They also reviewed the remediation plan that was proposed by management, and we're prepared to recommend that both reports be reviewed and approved by the board, which they're doing right now. But the thing I wanted to add is that in all cases where the Auditor General submits reports to the TTC, there's a process for following up on those reports. The Auditor General herself has a process to follow up to ensure that the items are remediated. Our internal audit department also works to review to make sure that the items are remediated. So there is a follow-up process already in place at the TTC to deal with outstanding audit items. I'm not suggesting that the motion by Commissioner Sachs is in any way inappropriate, but just to reassure that there is a process in place.
Thank you, Commissioner Lalonde. Are there any other speakers on this item? No? So seeing no further speakers, can we have the vote to adopt the motion by Commissioner Sachs? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion adopted. Item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? Item is adopted. Thank you. So now we'll move to our final item, which is the Toronto item 16 or item 17 now, the Toronto Transit Commission Cybersecurity Audit Phase 2, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. I believe the Auditor General has some public remarks to open, and then we will move in camera.
Can you hear me okay? Yes? Oh, these are the public comments. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd just like to make a few public comments before we move in camera. So I'd like to introduce and thank my team, Sayed Ali, Assistant Auditor General, Gawa Mark, Audit Director, Andrew Krupovich, Senior Audit Manager, and Atif Karwa, Auditor. I'd also like to thank the TTC management and staff that helped us with our audit. There were many of them, but in particular, a big thank you to Duction, Amberina Zhang, Michael Smith, and Norbert Koot. So again, these are just my public comments, and then we do have a confidential presentation once we move in camera. So my office acknowledges the importance of cybersecurity and has performed several cybersecurity audits at the city and its agencies and corporations since 2015. Our cybersecurity audits have included overall cybersecurity and select critical systems at the city and its agencies, including Toronto Water's SCADA system, Toronto Fire Services, Toronto Police Service, and of course our 2 audits of the Toronto Transit Commission. The TTC delivers critical transit services that Toronto needs to function as a large city. This cybersecurity audit will help the TTC to ensure that the supporting technology infrastructure has a high degree of reliability and to help protect the agency in the event of a cyber attack. My work plans will continue to include cybersecurity audits given the significance of this risk and the impact cyber incidents can have on organizations. Due to the sensitivity of the information identified in these audits, our cybersecurity reports have been confidential. And we're now ready to present the confidential presentation once we've moved in camera. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move in camera. Can I have a motion to move in camera? Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Can I have, I will make a motion to adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Item carried. That concludes the business of this meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair De Laurentiis, all those in favor? Opposed? Item carries and we are adjourned. Thank you. Right on time.